Hail, exalt, be his name. Sing out in numbers his mighty fame. 50 years of strength and devotion calls for a golden celebration. Calls for a golden celebration. Calls for a golden celebration. Celebrate, 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 celebrate. Strength.
Pleasant afternoon. A hearty welcome to pleasant afternoon. A hearty welcome to all resourcemen and participants. I am Piyush Pradhan, and I am on behalf of our patron, Dr. Father John PJ, invite you all on this one-day online capacity building and personality development program for females under UG and PG streams, which is sponsored by National Commission for Women Government of India. The overall virtual session of today will commence from 12 noon, and that will last up to 4:30 p.m. This session will undertake our three esteemed speakers of the day. I would first begin by calling out the name of Mr. Pratyush Pawar, who will commence with the expert talk, beginning sharply from 12 p.m., and it will last till 1:30 as 1.5 hour session. And his topic will be digital literacy and effective use of social media, followed by the session by Mr. Vincent Thomas with his theme titled Personal Capacity Building, beginning from 1:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. And Mr. Rajendra Saxena will commence the talk from 3 p.m. till 4:30 p.m. as the last hour of the session. I would like to make an announcement to all that please note there will be a 5-minute break after every session for all of us, because we need to fill the feedback form in order to share your views about the resourcement of the day. We are thankful to Internal Quality Assurance Cell IQAC and Career Guidance Training and Placement Cell for organizing such spectacular batches in all of these 3-day sessions for us. Now, over to you, sir, Mr. Pratyush Pawar. You can now continue, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Piyush. Firstly, thank you for inviting me as being a speaker for the BSS. So let's start with the session for today, as my topic is digital literacy and effective use of social media. So just all the students, please update me once my screen is visible to everyone.
Yes, sir.
It's visible, right? Expecting answer from everyone here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Cool. Thank you so much. So before just starting with the session, just want to know my audience, or that's the students of BSS. So how many of you use how many social media platforms? So we have Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and many more. Just please unmute yourselves to want to know on which social media platforms you are available. Anyone want to initiate?
Unmuting. Sir, Instagram, Telegram.
Okay, Instagram and Telegram. Nice. Anyone else?
Sir, Instagram and Facebook.
Instagram and Facebook. Okay, so a member of Metaverse community, right? Okay, I know that you have been attending the online classes from last many months. So you all have been bored attending all those online sessions. But yes, today it might be important for you, because we are going to discuss the digital literacy and mainly the important topic for everyone, that is importance of LinkedIn. That's a main professional tool where every student or working profession need to be present. So we'll be discussing in further details as we move over with the PPT program. So, okay, let's start with the topic for today, that is digital literacy and effective use of social media. I'm Pratyush Pawar, the founder of the Now Intern, and yes, also a LinkedIn trainer. So what sort of topics we're discussing today? So we'll be starting, that is from digital literacy. Then we'll move forward with the use of social media, where we'll be covering all the social media platforms. Let's say Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, Telegram, and also the main one, that is LinkedIn. So especially I have curated one topic, or the just 4 to 5 slides on LinkedIn only. Why so only LinkedIn? Because being a student, you might have set some goals 3 years or 5 years down the line. So how you can achieve it, what sort of planning you need to do. So we were discussing all those things in this topic, that will be importance of LinkedIn. And also I'll be giving some of the tips and tricks that could be beneficial for you for optimizing your LinkedIn profile. So starting from the first topic, that is digital literacy. Just give me a second. I hope something not visible. Some technical issue from the Canva side. Apology for this. Okay, so yes, the first and the foremost topic for today's discussion, that would be digital literacy. So what is digital literacy? Anyone here want to initiate that what is digital literacy? Let's break this word into two types, that is digital and literacy. So anyone here want to give an answer what is digital and what is literacy?
Sir, sorry to interrupt, sir. If you are sharing the slides, we are not able to see your slides.
Okay.
Only your video is visible. Your slides are not visible, sir.
Okay, just give me a second. I hope so now it's visible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it is visible now, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so starting from the first side only, that is the topic for today, digital literacy and effective use of social media. So what are topics I'll be covering? I just told you that will be digital literacy, use of social media, importance of LinkedIn, and the last but not the least will be tips and tricks for LinkedIn. So starting from the first topic, that is digital literacy. So breaking it into two words, that is digital and literacy. So any of the students here want to take an initiative just to tell me what is digital and what is literacy? Anyone?
May I?
Please.
So literacy, to break it down into terms, literacy would mean the ability to read and write. And if we put into context the digital thing, I believe a digital literacy would refer to the familiarity with the digital world, on how to use the digital world. I believe that's what my take would be.
Nice one. So anyone else? Any answer apart from this? Okay, so moving forward, yes, you were right. Data literacy means the way you read, you write, or how you communicate. And yes, digital means mainly is, we all know after Corona, everything get digitalized. Those who were not present digitally, or those sort of businesses, those who are not present having an online presence, they faced a drawback where it was the Corona crisis. But those who were present online, they suffered a boom, let's say, when over their startup or just for their own company or the business. So defining what is digital literacy and what sort of topics are covered under is, first is digital technologies. Where we are communicating right now is also a digital platform, that is Microsoft Teams. So digitally, everything is present nowadays over digital platforms. You all are on Instagram. You all might be studying from YouTube. You were just searching reels over Instagram. You might be on Facebook. You might be on Telegram and many other, let's say, social media platforms you might be using right now, being a student. So digital literacy means that how you use those platforms or your online presence for your own positive way. Though that could be beneficial for you. You might have heard, let's say, many of the circumstances, let's say a news where you might be heard that many have suffered a cybercrime. Cybercrime, like in case of females, many might have misused your photographs that might have been shared over the social media platforms or the online presence. You might have heard all these things in your past, or let's say in the newspapers and online media channels. So how you can safeguard yourself, what presence you need to do when you are into digital literacy, what things you need to take care of while you have been present over all the social media platforms, and how you have to use it for your own benefit. So first one is digital technologies. Yes, right now, or let's say in today's era, you have many technologies who have just made people lazy, and you have made your presence over the digitally life. You have two lives now. One is your real life, where you just go through your real presence, and the second is digital life. Many people are here, or let's say many people over all the social platforms, they just want to showcase themselves, which is not their true self. So yes, that's why I say we have two lives. One, the digital life, and the other is the real life. So second over, that is digital learning, professional and lifelong. Yes, digital learning is a lifelong process. Why so? Firstly, we started with online presence. Let's say Facebook came. After Facebook, we have Instagram. Firstly, there was Orkut, then there was Yahoo, then there was Google. Now we have Metaverse also, the VI and the AR thing. That is also digitalized. That is also one of the digital platform we can say. We have crypto and everything else. So digital learning goes on till the end of this world. It will not be ending at any sort of time. So what is the professional digital learning? Professional things like, so we can include LinkedIn, we can include Instagram. There are many businesses or the startups now who want to create their own online presence, or they're already present over online and they're generating a good revenue or a good business from all the social media platforms. So digital learning is majorly important for every student there, because being in your first year of the study or in second year, if you have your presence online, you can create an impact over the society. Coming over to the third topic, that will be digital creation and communication. So what is digital creation? What is digital communication? Digital creation, we can say what sort of things you share over digital platforms, how you communicate over digital platforms. Let's take example of Instagram, that is most commonly used by every student here. All of you might be present over Instagram. So how you create your post, how you create your stories, how you create, let's say, daily way you're posting, that you're posting over the Instagram, that matters the most, because it showcase what your personality is to your audience. How many followers you have, they might be seeing your post, they might be seeing your stories, they'll be commenting there, they'll be just giving a like to your post. So it matters the most how you create yourself, how you create your image in front of your audience or over digital platforms. Second is digital communication, how you communicate with your audience. Here I'll be taking an example for LinkedIn, which is majorly important for everyone if you're searching for a job, if you want to do a startup, because either you'll be a job seeker or a job giver. So both the cases, you need to have a presence over LinkedIn. So where this communication matters the most. The way you present yourself, the way you communicate with your audience, the way you reply to the messages, either be on Instagram, Facebook, Telegram, or LinkedIn. It matters the most because it showcases your personality. The next is digital citizenship and identity. Digital citizenship. Yes, we have one of the startup in Bhopal, that's iMature.in, that works for digital citizenship maturity from last 5 to 6 years, which is helping the students to create a digital presence, to use it in a positive way. So what it is, let's say nowadays just a child is born in the age of 1 or 2 years, he start using mobile. He starts just many children right now, they want to see a movie in the mobile and then they eat, then they used to eat. It happens a lot of time now, they are much familiar with all those mobile phones and all. So what we can take that in coming days, when they'll be around 5 to 6 years, they'll be having up their presence over digitally, let's say over social media or something else. Right now over Instagram reels, you might have seen there are many students who are of around 11 years, 14 years, they are making reels, they are posting over Instagram. Yes, that could be taken in a positive way and also in a negative way. Because being just in a teenager of your age, when you are a teen, you don't know what sort of cyber crime can happen to you and how you can take care of yourself. You are posting everything on social media. You might have heard some news that many teens have committed suicide also when there was a game of whale shark, that blue shark game, and also because of PUBG, many might have just done a suicide. So why these things? Because they don't have a digital maturity, how to use it for their own benefit, what could affect them and what could not affect them. It happens most majorly with the teens, but after 20 years of age, after 19 also it happens, but you are much matured enough when it comes to using your social media platform. What information of yourself you need to share there, what personal information you don't have to post it on social media platforms, and what information you want to share with your audience. And the last would be information, academic, media, and data literacy. Media and data literacy means the most important thing for you, that is what information you share on social media platforms or digitally, because we all know that the mic in a mobile phone is active 24/7. It could be that someone is recording it, it could be someone might have hacked your mobile. One thing happened with one of my colleague also when we were working in now intern, we were having an intern. So her mobile was hacked. Why so? She went to one of the mobile store in Bhopal, and a boy there, or just a male person there, he just hacked her mobile. And for 3 to 4 days, he was able to see everything my intern was using in her mobile, or what sort of things she was doing there. And that affected her a lot. But she was on the positive side. Why so? Because her parents were having a contact, let's say, to the cybercrime unit. So which helped her to keep her secure from all these things, and how to find out that which person or from which location your mobile has been tracked. How she got to know that her mobile has been traced or tracked by some other person? Because she was quite active over WhatsApp and also her contact details, and some random persons were quite adding there over WhatsApp and over the contact numbers. That just give her a spark the why such things are happening. And after discussing with her parents or just with her friends, she got to know that yes, a mobile has been tracked. Some other person is using a mobile who is just seeing her daily activities, what sort of things she is doing over a mobile. And there are many cases where a hacker can also hack your a camera of your mobile, and he or she just can record all those things, and mainly your personal things as well. So you need to be specially take care of yourself, majorly being a female, that nobody should be able to hack your mobile, or just they should not be able to use your personal things just to blackmail yourself. This happens majorly with the females. So media and data literacy is majorly important for every female, for let's say for all over the world. So next is effective use of social media. As my first question was that which social media platforms you all are using. That is mainly you might have said Facebook and Instagram. The most common among the students. Being in first year, you might not have presence over the Twitter or the LinkedIn. So how you can effectively use a social media platform for your own benefit. So what is social media and why it is important for a day, for our daily activities? Let's say take an example of Instagram or Facebook. If you have a presence over social media, you want to engage with the audience, you want to post a daily activity, what sort of things you are doing, you want to post your images there. You always post some of the, if you're going to any of the marriage, you are just getting up ready, so you post your images there. So social media, mainly the purpose of using it, that you would be a voice of reason in a society. So why effective use of social media? You might have seen right now the Ukraine-Russia war is going on, and many of the Indians also are supporting them. Let's say not supporting them, that's a wrong word. They are sharing some information for this war among the all social media platforms, including LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram. So there you raise your voice. You raise your voice, let's say in favor of the Ukraine or in favor of the Russia. Let's take example of some other thing apart from the war thing. So you raise your voice regarding your thought process or what you think about that particular topic. You post it on your social media platform, which is visible to everyone. So this is one of the effective social media, that is voice of reason in a society. You get a voice to raise yourself among the social media platforms or just in digital society. Second is making virtual friends. Yes, there are many here who are introverts. Introverts who don't want to just present themselves, who are just fumble themselves when they have to present themselves in front of the group of students. So they are much present over the social media platforms. Am I right, students? How many introverts are here? Anyone? An introvert? Okay, not getting answers, so you might not able to tell me that you are an introvert or an extrovert. So we have two words, that is introvert and extrovert. So introvert means someone who is not able to present himself in front of a group of people. And extrovert, it's easy for them to present themselves to people and make friends physically. But introverts are more active, as I have seen in my experience. They are more active on social media platforms where they don't have to personally have a word with any sort of person. So they are able to make virtual friends. Third is boost skills. Yes, right now YouTube, let's say, is a brahmast for everyone. You can use YouTube for just learn something, just to enhance your skill or groom yourself. For boosting skills, and just imparting here, that is content writing skills could be yourself, your soft skills, your leadership skills, your graphic designing, or the skill set which you have interest in. So yes, we have major social media platforms or the digitalized platforms which can be favorable for you in boosting your skills. The next one is stress buster. Yes, you all can relate here. That if you're having any sort of stress now, you always try to just engage yourself over Instagram, over YouTube, watching all sort of videos, or just to present your thought process in social media platforms. You might have seen people used to put a WhatsApp story, they used to put an Instagram story showcasing what they are having their feelings. So it's a stress buster for many people. That is social media platforms. Next will be self-confidence and public speaking. Yes, social media helps you the most in gaining self-confidence. And self-confidence is a major thing that many of the students lack nowadays. They are lacking confidence in among themselves. They lack confidence in presenting themselves, which indirectly affect their employment as well when it comes to doing an internship or a job. So social media help you in gaining self-confidence and yes, public speaking skills as well. You might have seen some sort of digitalized platforms which are organizing open mics, that are organizing seminars among the students where they want to just take the views of the students, suggestions from the students. So yes, from there itself, you start developing a public speaking skills inside yourself. Next is social media marketing. Yes, it came into boom in the corona time. Social media marketing, the main common domain for every student doing internship right now, that is social media marketing. Because every startup, every business wants to create their own online presence. So social media marketing, you might have learned during the corona time at how these startups promoted themselves. You might have seen ads on Instagram. You might have seen some sort of ads while using YouTube or just Facebook. This happens because of social media marketing. Last is global exposure. So what is global exposure and how social media is effective for you in terms of global exposure? Because being in India or let's say being in Bhopal, we are able to get news of what sort of things are happening all over the world or outside Bhopal. We know what is happening right now, Russia-Ukraine war, what the situation in Ukraine, war situation in Russia, war situation happening in America, and any other state or country we can take as an example. So global exposure, it's a major thing you get while use a social media platform. And for getting a global exposure, LinkedIn can be a major thing for you all, and also the Twitter. So take example of the LinkedIn. You can follow the people over the LinkedIn who are from outside of Bhopal, outside country. So you can just read out their posts, you can read out their stories, you can just watch on their YouTube videos. So it gives an exposure what is happening globally, what situation is there. Because we also know the standard of students or just the level of students in Bhopal, and if you compare the level of students in America or some other country, is quite different. So it helps you to gain a global exposure that what sort of things are happening, where you have to groom yourself in coming future, what skills will be much useful for you, and in which domain that more jobs will be there. So in which domain you need to prepare yourself right now. Yes, coming next, that is the understanding your target audience, that is the LinkedIn. So till now, I hope so everything is clear. Then I can move forward to the major topic of today, that is LinkedIn. Am I clearly audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this proves that you all are present here and you are listening to me carefully. Okay, so moving forward with the next topic of today, that is LinkedIn, and it will be a lengthy one. It will be taking around 15-20 minutes of yours. And after the LinkedIn session, I'll be taking the Q&A regarding the LinkedIn and the digital literacy. So understanding LinkedIn. What is LinkedIn? It's a majorly networking professional tool. It's much different from your Instagram, from your Facebook. You post some sort of professional attributes of yourself over LinkedIn, your professional life over LinkedIn. Let's say being a student of first year, you might be showcasing your skill set over LinkedIn. You might be showcasing what's the projects you have done, what sort of internships you have done, what's your point of view in terms of the professional behavior or the professional world. So for LinkedIn, your presence is majorly important. As a tip for everyone here, make your ID today itself over LinkedIn and make your presence, because LinkedIn is important for you if you want to get a good job or if you want to be a job giver. So on LinkedIn is an beneficial way for you to grow your business also, and just to get a reference for mainly company, let's say Google, Adobe, Microsoft, or anything else. So first is understanding a target audience. So first question that you all have to think right now, what do you want to achieve? before coming on LinkedIn, you have to think of these things, that what you want to achieve while you're using LinkedIn. So I summarized 3 topics that is mainly common to my audience. The first is generating leads. So generating leads is majorly for those who are job givers. So how you can generate leads or how you can generate sales from LinkedIn. The second is build a personal brand. This is for both the sides, that is a job taker also and a job giver too. So you need to create a personal brand of yourself over LinkedIn. So what is building a personal brand? What sort of things you need to take care of? I'll be just telling in the coming time. So last topic is get your dream job. This is the major thing for every student right now, because you want to get a dream job. I want to ask some of you here, so what's a dream company where you want to get into and on which profile? Anyone? A dream company for you? Anyone want to take the lead to tell that which company is a dream for them, that they want to secure a job in that company? Anyone? Am I clearly audible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so am I audible? So want to know a dream company? Okay, so moving forward, majorly me being from a non-technical domain, some of dream companies for you might be Infosys, JP Morgan, Goldman, Facebook also might be a dream company for you, Google, Microsoft, Adobe. This could be a dream company for you that you want to get a job in these dream companies. What if I say that link through LinkedIn, your way of getting a job in these big brands could be an easy way. Let's say over LinkedIn you get someone who is at a senior position in that your dream company, and he is working or he or she is working on the same profile or the same domain that you want to get into. If you get a guidance from him that how you have to prepare yourself, being from first year or second year of a college, and how you have to pave your way of getting a job there, so will it not be easy for you if you get a mentorship from a person who is already working in your dream company? So how you connect with him or her? That could be possible because of LinkedIn. Because in LinkedIn, there's no bandwidth of getting connected to anyone. You can just send a connection over LinkedIn. If it's get connected, you can just drop a message to them and you can get a mentorship from them. These are the 3 main topics that I think many students want to achieve. That is generate leads, build a personal brand, and getting your dream job. So under generate leads, the 3 questions that you need to just jot down before coming over LinkedIn, that is, who do you help? What do you help them achieve? And how do you do that? Let's say I am a startup. I am an owner now intern. So what I do, I help startups or the businesses generate more leads using LinkedIn growth hacking or just helping these startups with the team building. So who do you help? Let's say who do I help? I help startups in getting the best interns. I help students in getting the best internship. What do we help them achieve? I help startups achieving their spectacular team or an amazing team. I help students getting a paid and a genuine paid internship. So how do I do that? I do that through a mediator, which is my company now in turn, where we join both the sectors, the startups or the companies and the students. Second is building a personal brand. So while you're branding yourself or creating your personal brand over LinkedIn, you have to remember 2 questions. You need an answer for all these 2 questions, then only you can just move forward of creating your personal brand over LinkedIn. First question is, who are you? Taking example of any of the student here, you are a student, you are pursuing these things. Let's say you're pursuing BBA. Next question is, who could benefit from you? Let's say you are a student. So what sort of audience or what sort of, let's say, targets could you beneficial could get a benefit from you? That could be startups. You can do an internship there. There could be some of the companies who want to get the campus ambassadors who just want to promote themselves. So they could be get a benefit from you. These 2 questions you need to jot down and you need an answer for this. That is, who are you? Who could benefit from you? This will help you in creating a personal brand of yourself. Taking another example, let's say for an entrepreneur, that's a wide scope database on the startup. So who that entrepreneur is, what sort of things he does, then what sort of audience or what sort of people could we get benefit from that entrepreneur. So let's say take example of one now intern. So who are you? A now intern is a mediator, which helps students getting a paid internship and the startups getting a best interns. So who could benefit from you? The benefits the student also can get, and also the startups. So last but not the least, that is getting your dream job. So three questions that are majorly important. Everyone focus here that how LinkedIn can help you in getting your dream job. The first question is, what do you do? Second is, what are your dream job companies? And the third one is, who would got you a job and or an internship offer? So starting from the first question, that is, what do you do? Let's say you are in your third year of your study, or let's second year of study. So you're pursuing BBA. So what you're doing, you are pursuing BBA, that Bachelor in Business Administration. You are having certain skill set. Let's say you are good in operations, you're good in management, or you're good in content writing. So mention all these things over LinkedIn. So this showcase the person who is visiting your profile that what do you do. The third is, what are your dream job companies? You have to target maybe 3 to 5 companies where you want to get a dream job. So we can target the people who are already working on those companies, also the profile which you want to get into. So who would got you a job or internship offer? The person who is working in that field where you want to get an internship or a job, and in that company. That person will be mainly suitable for you. So taking an example, let's say hiring manager of the company. If you want to get into Infosys, so if you let's say in the field of customer associate. So if you get person who is already working in Infosys as a customer service associate, that could be benefit from you. He could guide you that how you have to prepare yourself, what sort of procedures are available for getting into Infosys, what are the interview rounds, how you have to prepare yourself for those interviews. So those person who are working in that profile could be benefit from you. So how you can get a reach to them, that is through LinkedIn. So people in similar roles who are in a dream company, let's say you're not getting person who was working on the same profile. If you get someone else from that same dream company, you can drop him a connection request, you can drop him or her a message, and you can just ask for help or just for a favor that I want to get into this company in this field. So it may be favorable, you can help me in getting into that profile that you want to get into. Next would be people in senior roles in your dream companies. Let's say you are in the last year of your study. So you're pursuing, let's say, MBA or a BBA or a BCom. So you have sort down the dream companies. Some of the senior positions that could be dream company could be the MD there. Let's say a hiring managers. There could be a talent acquisition specialist there. So these people can be favorable for you. So you can just drop them a message. You can ask them to review your resume. So if yes, our resume is favorable to him or her, he will be moving forward with you for getting a job in that company. So LinkedIn can be mainly benefit from you if you want to get a dream job in any sort of a company which you want to get into. So I give you a task to every student here that could be find your objective and identify your target audience. Today itself, after this session, the completion of this whole event, you can just take a screenshot right now of this screen, and you have to jot down the main topic where you want to get into. Either you want to generate leads from LinkedIn, or you want to build a personal brand, or you want to get a dream job, or all those three things you want to achieve from LinkedIn. Jot it down, write all these questions, and write solutions or the answers to all these questions. And then prepare your profile, or just optimize your profile, LinkedIn profile as per your answers which you have wrote for these topics that you want to achieve through LinkedIn. Moving forward, till now, any sort of query regarding LinkedIn for this slide? Anyone here? Or I'm just clear to everyone? Okay, so no answers. So I think so I am much clear, and you all are understanding what I just want to tell you all. So move forward with the second topic for LinkedIn, that is the connection loop. So what is connection loop? While you're coming over LinkedIn now, you're creating a profile. You just put down your details there. Where are you studying? What sort of skill set you are having? You put down your image there. You put a cover image over LinkedIn. So then the topic comes the connection loop. how you can create connects over LinkedIn. If you are a student of first year and if you are targeting some of the hiring managers of the Infosys, they are already having many people who might be sending them a message every day. They might be getting hundreds of messages. So why he or she will be reading your message? So these optimizations I will telling you right now. So the connection loop defines here the connects you make over LinkedIn. So first is clean up your LinkedIn profile. If you're already present over LinkedIn, clean up your LinkedIn profile around these three topics. Analyze who is in your connections, because there are many dead connections over LinkedIn who are not benefit from you, who are not engaging with your post, or let's say not engaging with your profile. So firstly, analyze who is in your connection. You are having students in your connection. There's a topic, a heading in the LinkedIn profile of yours, that is analytics. You can just check analytics there and you can see what sort of connections you are having. How many people in your audience are students, how many people are there entrepreneurs, or how many are doing a job there. So easily it will be helpful for you to analyze your connections. Second is compare it with the target audience. In the previous slide, I have told you the questions or the answers you need to prepare regarding topic which you want to achieve from LinkedIn. That is generating leads, or you want to build a personal brand, or you want to get a dream job. So you have already set up your target audience. So compare those with the target audience. That do the audience or the connection which you are having right now is favorable for you. They could benefit from you, or you can get benefit from them. So compare it with your target audience. Third one is remove everyone else who is irrelevant. If you can see in LinkedIn that there are some people who are not engaging with your post, or they are not quite active on LinkedIn, or you think that these people are not benefit from you, they are not beneficial for you, then you can just remove them from the LinkedIn. Why removing them? Because if you're having, let's say, 500 people who are engaging with your post, or just say engaging with a profile, that is more benefit from you, because LinkedIn has an algorithm where they see that how many people are engaging with your post or engaging with a profile, how many times they're appearing in the search results. If you're having, let's say, 5,000 people and 2,000 are active or engaging with your audience, so 4,000 people are there who are not engaging. So what LinkedIn will think about you? That you are not active over LinkedIn. Your post is not getting an engagement from your audience. That's why I'm saying remove everyone else who you think is irrelevant for you. Second topic is connect with your target audience. So now the question comes, how you can connect with the target audience. Take an example of an hiring manager, let's say for the company Infosys. So you have to send a custom message to your target audience. What is a custom message? So while using LinkedIn now, if you're sending a connection request while using a laptop, on mobile, you'll not be getting this sort of example for sending the message, but the option of sending a message comes while you're using LinkedIn over laptop. So while you are sending a connection request, there comes a topic sending a note. So write a custom message for the target audience or the person you are sending a connection request, because the first line of your message matters the most. That first line is only visible to the person when he checks the message icon over the LinkedIn profile. So your first line should be attractful, that the person should be reading your message. Then only he'll be reading your whole message. So always create a custom message and he or she will be accepting your connection request. You need to send only 20 to 50 connection requests per day. Why only 20 to 50? Because LinkedIn also have a limit. If you'll be sending 100 connections in a day, you'll be just exhausting all those options that you'll be having from LinkedIn. And for coming 29 days, you'll not be able to send connection requests to anyone. So send only 20 to 50 connection requests every day. So LinkedIn will not be able to track you, and in coming whole month, you can send connection requests to your target audience. And for this, Sales Navigator tool helps a lot in getting leads for those connections. Let's say a target audience, which I have told you in the previous slide. Sales Navigator tool is a tool provided from LinkedIn where you can just check out your connection requests. You can just analyze also your connections, and you can just check out the connections, third connections or second connections who are not rightly connected with you, and you can send them a connection request along with a custom message. Because in LinkedIn, if you are not connected with a person, if you have sent a connection request and the person has not accepted a connection request, then you will not be able to send a message to him. So getting a connection or request accepted or getting connected to a person is mainly important. Some of the awesome connection sources that could be beneficial for you over LinkedIn could be LinkedIn groups. Yes, over LinkedIn we have major groups. groups, let's say in every field. If you want to be in HR, if you want to pursue a career in management, so we already have some of the LinkedIn groups already made over LinkedIn. So you can just get into that group. You can be a member there. You can see who are the other members of the group, and if you think that they are target audience, you can send them a connection request and get connected with them. Second one is OPN. What OPN is? OPN stands for Other People Network. So what is Other People Network? Let's say you are a student of BS in the first year, and another person is a student of BS third year who is quite present over LinkedIn, and you know that you both the people want to get into a same dream job, or let's say the same dream companies. So, and he is already in connection with the person who is working in the dream company. So the person or the PSS or third year person, you can check out their connections and what sort of people they are having in their own LinkedIn profile, and you can directly send them a connection request from the other person profile. This is known as OPN, or the Other People Network, and that could be beneficial for you for getting a target audience. So third topic that over LinkedIn is content magic. Why the content magic? Content plays a major role over LinkedIn, because that creates your engagement, that showcase your profile when anybody is searching a topic over LinkedIn, that makes you searchable also. So we have a ratio in LinkedIn that is 90% of the audience over LinkedIn are dead audience. They don't engage with your post. 6 to 8% engage with your post, and 1 to 2% create. Now you have to decide which audience you want to be. You want to be a dead audience, you want to be an engaging one, or you want to be a creation one. If you are into 1-2% ratio, that is a creation one. So you have let's say a nice way to be paid for you, that you can create a strong connections over LinkedIn, because networking is the key to success for me. Because if you are having network, if you're having strong networks, so that is benefit for your future. And LinkedIn is a brahmastra for you, and that could be beneficial for you in creating a strong network of yourself, a strong virtual network. So I just give a tip for everyone here, that be in a 1 to 2% ratio, that is a creation one. Create content over LinkedIn. So now how you have to create content over LinkedIn, what sort of things you need to remember while creating content. So first one is creating content topic, that is for your own profile or for other profiles. Let's say you're posting something over LinkedIn, just something happens to you in your professional story, which can be an example of others. You can just post it on the LinkedIn profile so others can relate. So this is an example of creating content for your own profile. Now creating content for others' profile. Many other creators are there who are posting their daily behaviors there, or just their professional attributes there. So you can drop a comment there, a nice comment, because your comment is visible to others also, and the person who have created the content too. So your comment, if someone likes your comment, he might be sending you a connection request. Yeah, this person beneficial for you. So you can accept it. So you create content for two of the person, that is for your own profile, and the second is for others' profile. Second one is engage with your target audience. Like other posts, drop a comment there, drop a heart there that you are loving their post. That creates your engagement over LinkedIn and shows the LinkedIn algorithm that you are engaging over LinkedIn. You are active over LinkedIn. You want to engage with others' posts. Drop a valuable comment, like someone is writing a post, let's say regarding the internship, and you want to just present yourself or give your suggestion to that topic. You can drop a valuable comment there. Third is creating content that goes viral. Viral word, you might have heard that Instagram reels, this reel got viral, or just YouTube got viral. Many of the singers got viral. Like take an example of the latest one, Kacha Badam one. So creating content that goes viral, majorly important for you for LinkedIn also, because you never get what you expect. Obviously, if you're thinking that this content will get viral, you think about that topic or that content. What others think, that is more important. So if you're thinking that this can create viral, but that's not always true, because you never get what you expect. Second is stories work really well. Yes, on LinkedIn, if you're sharing the stories, then that works really well over LinkedIn. That helps in creating much engaging audience. Third one is consistency is the biggest growth hack. Consistency, the word which is majorly important not only for LinkedIn, but for your daily life as well. You need to be consistent over your work. You need to be consistent over your life. The same thing comes over LinkedIn. You need to be consistent in posting there, in engaging with the audience. You can't say that if you're consistent over 1 month, so you will be getting a great network or you'll be getting a great connections there. No, it will take time. So consistency is the biggest growth hack for LinkedIn. So some other tips for you here as well, that is use the first 3 lines to drive attention. While you're posting something over LinkedIn now, so in the other profiles, just your 3 lines are visible and there's an option of see more. So why the person will be clicking on the see more option? Because just the 3 lines which you have written in your post, if it drives the attention of the person, then only he'll be clicking on the see more option. So the first 3 lines need to be attractful, that is driving attention for your audience. A story which keeps engaged. If a person is clicking on the see more option also, so from the first line till the last word, it should be something that is engaging your target audience, that or he or she is engaged with your post, that he or she is forced to drop a comment or like your post there over LinkedIn. Because if any person is liking your post or commenting on your post, then your post is also visible to the connections of that person who is liking it. Always end your post with a CTA. So what is a CTA? That is call to action. Alright, let's say you're writing a story about an internship experience. So at the end of your story, you can drop a comment like, what are your views over this internship, or what sort of internship you have done, or what issues you have faced while doing an internship. So that defines call to action. That forces the other person to drop a comment over your post or just like your post. This is known as the CTA or the call to action. So coming over the last PPT for today, that is tips and tricks over LinkedIn. I request everyone to take a screenshot of it because these websites could be much beneficial for you when it comes to LinkedIn. So unlimited LinkedIn profile searches with free LinkedIn, because over LinkedIn now you can't just go for unlimited LinkedIn profile searches. You need to get a LinkedIn premium and only you'll be able to pass on that bar of unlimited LinkedIn profile searches. But there's a website who can be much helpful for you, that is www.recruitmentgeek.com, where you can just put down the company or just put down the LinkedIn company link and you'll be getting all those persons who are already working there, and you can just search the persons over LinkedIn and send a connection request. So how you can get unlimited LinkedIn profile searches, that is through this website. Second one is simple message hack that will skyrocket your message open rate. Why? Focus on the excerpt. Excerpt is the first lines. Make it catchy. Consider that to be the subject line. The first line that you are writing over a custom message or while you're sending a connection request. So why he or she will be opening a message? Just because of the first line. So just think that it's the subject line. The whole message that you're typing for that person could be summarized in that subject line. That has to be a catchy one. So how to create a profile pic which is data driven. So what is data driven? So it depends how many times you are appearing over the searching option over LinkedIn. That defines data driven. So how to create a profile pic with data driven could be this website, that is photofeeler.com. So if you want to learn everything about anyone on LinkedIn, let's say the connection request or let's say a hiring manager, if you want to learn everything about him, that where he is present, what sort of nature he is having, so a crystalknows.com can be beneficial for you. From this website, you will be getting to know in and out of that person or how digitally present he is there. Over LinkedIn now, let's say over a profile pic, the profile pic needs to be a headshot pic. You can't just put down any sort of Instagram image over your LinkedIn profile pic. So many times you might have to remove background from your image. So how to remove background? This remove.bg can help you in clearing your background. The next one is for changements in screenshot. Why changements in screenshot? Because while you post something over LinkedIn now, you attach a photo there. You can just not just write a statement there. It looks good if you're putting on a screenshot. So screenly.com could be beneficial for you if you want to do some sort of changes in these screenshots. So if you want to get insights of any LinkedIn account, so shieldapp.ai could be benefit from you, might be beneficial for you in getting insights of any LinkedIn account. So what are the insights of your LinkedIn account? So insight matters, let's say what nature he is having, what type of post he is engaging into, or what interest he is having. So that helps you in just having a conversation with that person. So you want to get insight of any LinkedIn account, then shieldapp.ai could be benefit for you. So now giving you a live example of my own LinkedIn account, that could be benefit for everyone here. So yes, this is my LinkedIn account. Going over my profile. So giving a practical example. So everyone, please take care of it and just be active here. So this cover image matters the most. That should define who you are and what you do. So this cover image needs to be an attractive one. Then this image should be a headshot pic, not some pic who's having a blur background or just a common pic you are in a market or some in a marriage ceremony. You can't put that pic over the profile image. That should be a headshot pic. Now the second comes your name, and this is a tagline of yourself. So if you are a student, if you're searching for a job, you can write down here that searching for a job in this domain. Here you can put down what sort of skills you are having. Let's say you're from a non-technical domain, so you put down that you are having content writing skills, you are having a leadership skills, or let's say some other soft skills. You can put it down here. Coming down, there is analytics. As I told you, from analytics you can just view that how many people have discovered you, how many people have engaged with your post, and in how many search appearances you have been appeared. This needs to be more. The more the numbers, it is more benefit from you, than beneficial for you. Always put creator mode on. This is the creator mode. Keep it on while you're using LinkedIn. Drop everything of your professional behavior, just a professional word over LinkedIn. When you're going about section, write a story about yourself, that who are you and who could be beneficial for you and how you can be helpful for anyone else. So about section matters the most. Next one is experience. So what is experience? Experience might be your internship experience, might be your volunteer experience. So jot down all those co-curricular activities you have done in your student college life or in your school life. Write it all over the experience over the LinkedIn section. Next is yes, your education and licenses, certification. Let's say you are getting a certificate in any of the certification course you are doing from Coursera or anything else. So always put down that license certification here, so that anyone who is visiting a profile may be able to get insights about you, that who are you, what you want to achieve in your life, and what sort of skill set you are having, what achievements you are having. So here also you have a volunteering experience. You have volunteer somewhere, mention it here. Coming down, that is skill set. What sort of skill sets you have, put down skill set here and get endorsements. What is this endorsement? Endorsement is something the other person endorse about you, that yes, let's say an XYZ person is good at public speaking, so he endorse you here. So endorsement also play a key role while just making your LinkedIn optimizable. So honors and awards, many things are there. Study LinkedIn. If you're facing any sort of query over LinkedIn, you can just drop me your query over LinkedIn or over the Instagram. This was about LinkedIn. I hope so. I'm clear to everyone here. Any sort of queries till now? Let's go with the Q&A session now. You can connect with me over Instagram, over LinkedIn if you want to, for getting any sort of mentorship or just for any sort of guidance in your internship or the student life. Okay, so now it's the time for the Q&A session. So I request all the students here, if you have any sort of query now related to LinkedIn or related to your digital literacy, you can ask right now, please.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, but your voice is quite low.
So that you said that your message should be attractive. So can you give an example like how to start it to make it attractive?
Okay, so sharing my just a slide again for the LinkedIn one. So how I have dropped a message that could be benefit for you also. Okay, so coming back to LinkedIn, let's go over my messaging section. Okay, so this is Mr. Rajesh. Okay, he is from Lead School Company. So I want to get connected with him. Okay, because he is a HR in one of the unicorn of this year, Lead School. So firstly, always greet someone. Okay, and he was in search of some of the vendors for the job opening. So I just dropped him a post. Dear Mr. Rajesh, as per your LinkedIn post, I have mailed you a proposal for vendor empanelment, requesting you to please have a look. We'll be waiting for your update. He has not replied me here over LinkedIn, but he has seen my message. So why he has seen my message? Because firstly, I have greeted him, okay? And as per your LinkedIn post, I have mailed you the proposal. Okay, I have seen his LinkedIn post, what he was searching for, and just drop him a mail regarding the same thing. So this matters the most, that how you are sending the message to the person. I hope so I'm clear here and I was able to answer you. The one who just asked me a question, requesting an answer from you, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so giving you a more example, because minimum 5 follow-ups you need to take. Let's say this is one of the person, Anamika, she's working in HR for Baiju. So I want to get ready with him. She's working extra marks. So firstly, hello Miss Anamika, just gone through your post about the openings available at extra marks. So just I told her what I do and how I can be beneficial for her, and just asked my query. So yes, she replied, and then I received a call from her side. So this is the way that you drop a message to any random person. Let's say going for an example for being a student. So what's your good name, please?
Kanisha.
Spelling Anisha, right?
Kanisha.
Anisha. And your surname, please?
Shamlani. Shyamlani.
Okay, Shamlani. Got. This one only now?
Yeah, it's very raw. Haven't done anything
Not
to
a
it.
problem. Just to give you an example, that is while I'm sending a connection request over from a laptop, now you get this option of adding a note. Just click on add a note, and here you can write a message that is greetings, Miss Kanisha. Let's say you are someone who has impressed me, so I just write there impressed by your profile, impressed by your profile. And sorry,
Anushka ji, कौन है?
example here, okay. Impressed by your profile and want to connect with you. So you can just send a connection request, okay?
Anjali Patel.
So this is something that you can just move forward while you are just sending a random connection request to any sort of hiring managers. So these things you will take care of.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Understood.
Anyone else here? I want to ask any sort of questions? Hello. Any sort of Q&A, any sort of question you want to ask regarding LinkedIn or Instagram or the social media marketing? Anyone? Okay, so I hope so I was clear to everyone and I was able to make you understand why LinkedIn is important for everyone. So suggestion for everyone, go over LinkedIn, what things I have just told you all, jot it down, and after that come over LinkedIn. Okay, that's a professional tool for you that could be much beneficial for the long run. Thank you so much. I hope so I was able to just impart some knowledge of mine to you all. So if you're not just want to get a feedback from you all, you can just drop a message in the comment section that if you have loved my session or not, and any sort of things that I need to improve, any suggestion, waiting for your feedback. Okay, so that was the end of my session. Thank you so much for inviting me for being a speaker here. Mr. Piyush, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Pitchu. That was such a wonderful session of yours. I would just like to give the entire session at least 5 minutes to fill up the feedback form. It is all for these participants of batch 1. Please fill up the feedback form. You'll just be receiving that feedback form link shortly. Thank you so much. We will be again connecting in the next 5 minutes, and Mr. Vincent Thomas can take up his theme titled Personal Capacity Building. We'll do that in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
All the participants are informed here that the link for the attendance and feedback for session 1 has been shared in the chat box. Kindly fill the feedback form positively for session 1. We are having feedback forms separately for different sessions. You have to fill all the 3. Thank you. Don't leave the session before filling the forms. We are shortly been starting the second session. Thank you. All the participants are required to fill this form. The link has been shared in the chat box. For every session, you need to fill this form.
Attention all participants. We'll just be joining in the next 10 to 15 minutes with the next resourceman. Till that time, please fill up the feedback form. Thank you.
I request all the participants to be online. Please don't disconnect from the group. We'll be shortly starting the next session. By the time, kindly fill the feedback form. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Vincent.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We'll be starting in about 5 minutes, sir.
No problem, sir.
All right. I request all those participants who have not yet filled the feedback form for session one. The link is shared in the chat box. Do fill the feedback and attendance link for the session one. We'll be starting the session two soon. Thank you.
ये दिक्कत क्या है?
Mr. Vincent Thomas, you can now begin with the session, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to be amongst all of you through online medium and deliver a session on a topic which is about enhancing your capacity. So I would love to interact with you. I would like to just share my screen on this point. Okay. I hope you guys can see the screen right away.
Yes, the screen is visible, sir. Thank you.
Great. Great. So today we'll be discussing regarding what personal capacity building is all about and why is it so important to have this in your life. I have by today we'll be discussing five different aspects. We'll be talking about effective communication first, then we'll be moving on to listening skills because again, to have effective communication, it is important to have good listening skills, and then because it is again important to have good interpersonal skills to have good listening skills. All these topics are interlinked. We will be moving in that matter only. Once you will be talking we'll be talking about interpersonal skills, then we'll be moving about goal settings, and then we'll be talking about time management. I'll try to make this session as interactive as possible. There will be few activities also for you to like practice across and analyze yourself in your own domain so that you can analyze that at what point of aspect you are standing right now and how much far you need to develop yourself. So without much ado, I would be straight away moving to the first part. Uh, let's talk about effective communication. So when this topic pops up, effective communication. So there are a lot of things which comes in everyone's mind. What communication is all about. You might have heard this topic n number of times in your curriculum, in your course. But exactly what effective communication in simple words, if I can say, is that sharing what is in your mind in the best possible manner you can to the other person without changing the meaning of it. This is the simplest way of defining it. So, exactly in the way what you thought that idea is, if you're able to communicate the same thing to the other person, that is effective communication. Now, there are a lot of skill sets involved in effective communication, and one by one, we'll be going through it. First is listening. So, when you talk about effective communication, it's majorly about listening. You need to listen carefully if you want to work on effective communication. uh, there is always a difference between hearing and listening. So, a tendency to just allow the voice which are around you to hit your earbuds, that is hearing, but wherein you are focusing on what is being said, that is listening. And then listening can be further bifurcated into active listening and passive listening. We'll be again discussing that part on a later scale. Let's move on to the second point, which actually makes effective communication more uh, like scalable. That is non-verbal communication. There are a lot of studies which has popped up in recent times, or like in past, which has highlighted non-verbal communication as one of the most important pillars when it comes to effective communication. It is important for us to understand that when you talk about nonverbal communication, it is about the gestures and postures you talk about, plus along with that, eye contact. Many of us lack eye contact whenever we are interacting with an individual one to one. Also, if we are not comfortable with the language in which we are communicating, we tend to skip eye contact very frequently. We're not able to engage into the conversation through our eye contacts, and it is important to understand that that is again important. Apart from that, your gestures and postures, it means again the way you interact, the way you are standing. Even if it is an online meet, it is all about then how you are communicating. So that is again one of the scale which becomes very important. Parallelly talking about this, being clear regarding what exactly you are saying. There are occasions when we have seen people running around the bush. They are not clear regarding what exactly they want to communicate or how exactly they want to communicate. It is somewhere in their mind, but they are struggling to like give appropriate words to it, frame it properly, and share it to the other person. That is the reason it is important for being clear regarding what exactly you want to say. Being concise. Now, being clear is totally different, and being concise is totally different. Being concise means using correct words, specific words, by not making it too lengthy, being to the point, and covering the complete topic. So, when you're interacting, the more you start being concise, more effective you will be. Generally, it is majorly about less content but concise and quality content. So the more you are into quality words, the communication will be more effective, because there will be less words to confuse you. There will be less words to give a different interpretation to what you are saying. So the more time you take to speak what exactly you want to say, there are high chances that the person may misinterpret you, or consider like be very concise regarding what you are saying. Being confident, it is important for us to be confident regarding whatever you want to say. That is where effective communication is more important. Uh, like there are a lot of examples which I can portray when you talk about being confident, or like being assertive in your communication, because all these things comes with time. Effective communication is not a thing which can come without a practice. It requires practice. It requires observation skills regarding your body language, regarding the way you are saying things, how well can you groom up things and present it to the person? That is where your confidence will slowly and steadily develop, and it comes with time. So it's not a one night process, it's a process which takes time. So you need to be good with your feedbacks when you interact with people. How do you interact with people? What are the feedbacks people are giving? Based on that, you need to continuously work on yourself so that you can develop a proper confident structure of yourself. When you present it from that point of view, the person might or should be able to understand you in a much better context. Being personable, which means the tone in which you are interacting, that needs to be very friendly, or at least a tone which is acceptable by the person. It should not be abrupt or a rude tone or a harsh tone when you're trying to communicate something. Though on occasions, effective communication person to person may vary, because if you understand that a person uh, understands only after using a harsh tone, that's perfectly fine. Person to person, it may vary. But then, on a holistic note, effective communication is majorly about having a good tone, person to person, analyzing the person based on that, using a correct tone for a person. That actually enhances your chances of being more effective. And being patient. Now, there might be people who might think that why there is a requirement of being patient when it comes to effective communication. So, being composed, because when you are listening to someone, it's again important to give time for the person to end what he or she wants to say, and that is where you require patience. Though you may know the answers, though you may be out of the allegation, someone might be allegating you, so you might be restless in saying things that I just want to say and that then finish this. But let the person finish what exactly he or she wants to say, and then start with your statement, so that you get immense amount of opportunity. Once you give respect when it comes to speaking, then only you get respect when it comes to speaking. So it's for a good speaker, it is always said that he needs to be a good listener. That is where patience is at most important. Now, as you all know, communication is actually very important in today's time. Now, when I say very important, it actually, I would say that I would rate it on a vital scale. You go to any industry, be it computer science, be it medical, be it teaching, be it any kind of industry, communication is now a major prospect in it, and you cannot deny it. And it is not about the language which you use, it's about how you communicate, what exactly you're communicating. And with the impact of COVID, this has actually increased a lot. The importance of communication has increased a lot, because a lot of scale we see that we need to interact through online mode, wherein a person is only able to listen to you or only visualize you in a small screen. So you need to be highly effective when you're communicating in such modes. Now, giving you an example of communication, there are multiple examples you can look around when you talk about effective communication. But then a point comes in my mind that how can we develop effective communication with time? So it is something which comes with experimentation with yourself, with your body language, being in that uncomfortable zone a bit more, so that you can analyze your body structure, body type, and then work on effective communication. Now, why I'm saying body structure and body type, person to person, the usage of body language along with their facial expression varies. For some who are very expressive by their face, they are suggested to use less of body language because their face talks volume. But for the people uh, who are struggling with facial expressions, they can complement it by the body language. And that is where their body language needs to be more profound as compared to the facial expression, because they are struggling with facial expressions. So from person to person, this vary. And that is where, with the complete package, you are able to develop effective communication. Now, moving on to the next part. Now, when you talk about communication, communication again is a long term process with anybody. So you cannot be best friend with someone all of a sudden. It takes time. You spend days, months, year, and then that person come into that category of best friend. Now, if you just recall regarding whomsoever is your best friend, So let's do a small activity. Imagine whomsoever is your best friend. Think of the quality he or she possesses, and is communication a part of it or not? Or from your side, is communication a part of it or not? Because for anyone whom you consider a best friend, one condition actually applies, which is you would feel comfortable in sharing your point of view with him or her, and that is communication. You would feel that you don't need to make up things in front of him or her, and that is a part of communication. So when it comes to your best friend, communication is effective because there is no filter. If you go through the previous pointers which we discussed, a best friend would listen to you very carefully. He would give you non-verbal and verbal feedbacks properly. He would be very clear regarding what he or she wants to share. He would be concise in his delivery. He would be confident when talking to you, as well as you will be confident when talking to him or her. Parallelly, your tone would also match up, and simultaneously, when he or she would be in a pressure situation or would be struggling, you would be patient enough to listen to him or her. Simultaneously, the other person would also be patient enough to listen to you. That is where it converts into an effective communication. It's just that we need to replicate that kind of bonding in our professional life. But it is not considered this that you need to be best friends with everybody, but you need to know how to communicate. Now, when you talk about communication skills, it is about successfully communicating in your personal life as well as professional life. And that is where the balance is important. Because if you're able to manage both the things, your personal and professional life, and you are able to communicate well, then we can say that a person is able to communicate. Now, many of us actually face difficulty when it comes to communicating in a personal life, communicating in a professional life. Both have different struggles, both have different problems. Now, uh, few things which I would love to share is, when you are working somewhere or when you're planning to work somewhere, always keep a one pointer there. When a person is communicating with you, he is communicating or she is communicating to the employee of the company. He is not communicating to the person who you are. So when he is communicating to the employee of the organization or the company, consider it as a responsibility of an employee. Whatever he or she is being saying, it is a duty of the employee to listen and adapt and implement. It is not you or your character sketch which he or she is talking about. Many people take things when working professionally on a personal note. That is where they tend to uh, like uh, react spontaneously, and that is where communication doesn't work out. And it is important for us to understand that when to be smart enough to be emotionally connected to things and when not to. Professional life is not about keeping emotions there. Keep emotions to your work. Love your work. Love the way you work. That is important. That is where you will be showing passion. And these are the things which you need to understand while communicating. When you're communicating in your personal life, it's perfectly fine to love the person. That's actually important. And then keeping things at a priority list, communicate so that you can hold on to people whom you want to, and that is where effective communication can matter. uh, in personal life, you may struggle more because professional and personal life actually, though work life balance is important, but in professional and personal life these things actually vary, and it actually you may struggle for it. Now, moving ahead with communication, you need to create a difference in your communication style when you start working, because that's important. You cannot communicate the way you communicate in your personal life the same way you communicate in your professional life. There has to be a difference between both the standards, and that is where maximum amount of people struggle. uh, if you are able to balance that or create a differentiation between that, that is where you will be more effective. because you will be able to judge the importance of that relationship which you are having professionally or personally. You will be able to judge the values behind it. You will be able to consider that whether the person whom you are interacting is a client, a customer, or what exactly you're looking forward for. And then only you will be able to achieve success, be it professional or personal relationships, as well as loyalty from them. And these are major scales which anyone look forward for when the person looks forward for communication. Now, moving ahead, as I discussed that when you talk about effective communication, the first benchmark is listening skills. Now, person to person, this listening skills actually vary. For some people, when they are listening to someone, they are only able to grab 45 to 35% of what the content was being shared. And this is again a major issue when you talk about communication in your personal life. There are occasions when we tend to share things. You might have gone through, one of us have gone through this, that you heard something or you listened to something A said about B. You went to B and shared regarding what A said regarding B, and then B took it ill or didn't consider it on a good point, and he went on to confront A regarding it, and then A didn't agree to what exactly he said or she said, and then you were the culprit. And then you might think that where was I wrong? Because when you were listening, you might not be listening in the correct tone, you might not be listening in the correct word, or the vocabulary or the way a word was said was not emphasized exactly the same way A said. That's the reason the meaning changed. It's something similar to uh, this, that if your parents tell you that I hate you, you know that they don't mean it, because you will come back to them. And the time they say that you are unworthy, like, or in Hindi they tend to say that nalayak hai, but that nalayak hai also feels very homely, because you know that in which context they are saying, whether they mean it or not. And in general, if you go and say this word to any Tom, Dick, and Harry, a random layman, the person might feel offended, because the tone, everything matters. So the listening skills actually is important, because you need to understand that what kind of information you are retrieving from what you are listening. So if in general I talk about listening skills is the ability to focus completely on the speaker, what exactly the person is saying, understanding their message. So first is focusing on the speaker, second is understanding the message, third is comprehending the information. Now comprehending means, after understanding, you are evaluating what exactly the person is saying and then responding thoughtfully. So all these things, listening completely, understanding the message, comprehending the information, and responding thoughtfully, all this process comes listening. And that's the reason when you like go for a vocabulary comparison of Hindi and English, if I say in Hindi कि उसने मेरी बात मान ली, and when we translate this sentence in English, बात मानना gets translated into he uh, listened to me, because he focused on what exactly I was saying, he understood the information, he comprehended the information, and he applied that information. And that is where listening skills comes. So listening skill is technically about hearing and applying. Hearing, understanding, comprehending, and applying. All this process comes together. Now there are various kinds of listening patterns which a person does. So one is informational listening. Now when I say informational listening is a kind of listening wherein a person is completely focused regarding what exactly is being said and is there to seek information. These kind of listening is done specifically, like right now people who are listening to me are listening to me in informative way. They're trying to seek information as per their domain, as per their requirement. They're trying to seek out information from whatever they are listening. This is the informational style. Discriminative listening is understanding what is being said and differentiating based on the tonal quality. So that is where discriminative listening comes. Third is biased listening. A person who is biased in listening will only listen to the things which he wants to listen, nothing else. So, if you have ever tried to counsel someone regarding a career who has already fixed up his or her mind regarding something, and you are trying to talk him through the cons, he will not listen, or she will not listen. He or she will be highly focused regarding what exactly they want to do because they are biased in their listening. They are very focused regarding what exactly they want to listen. The same thing happens regarding in personal life when people tend to uh, have a mindset regarding a person, and you are counseling regarding the person, talking him or her through the complete thing, talking about the pros and cons of the person. If the person is a mindset to listen to only pros, the person will only listen to the pros. Whenever you will be pointing out the cons, the person will have an alter statement going on with it, and that is where bias listening is there. And this is the kind of listening where like in normal people who are in blind love, they tend to go for bias listening. And that's the best example I can quote right now, because when you counsel a person who is in love and you know that he or she is taking a bad decision, he or she will not listen, and then ultimately you tend to say that love is blind. Technically, love is not blind. When a person falls in love, a person is biased in listening. He or she only caters the information which he or she wants, and that is where the person only listens to the information which he or she can process. That's it. Sympathetic listening. Now, this kind of listening generally takes place when you are trying to sympathize a person regarding a situation which he or she is going through. And that is where sympathetic listening is a part where you listen to the information, and then you sympathize the person, saying that you understand what he or she is going through, and then you interact with the person. That is where sympathize listening comes. Now, critical listening is a part where you are evaluating a process, or a problem is in front of you, and you're trying to identify the key factors in whatever information is being given to you, and using critical thinking into it. That is where uh, critical information comes. So critical listening actually helps you to take critical decisions in your life, or be more critical, be more creative, or be more smart enough to do critical thinking. So these are the five basic types of listening which a person does in his or her daily life. Now, talking about these factors, every one of us go through this. It's not this that only one person does it, or like I may not be a biased listener. There are occasions where I am a biased listener. Like if someone tells me to ride bike slow, I become biased listener. I don't listen to them. I only listen to the information which I want. So there are occasions you need to know that which are the points in which you become informative, you become discriminative, you become biased, sympathetic, or critical. And these are the ways where, if you are able to analyze your key areas, you will be able to perform better. So when it comes to your work, you need to be more informational listener. When it comes to uh, your personal life, you need to be more discriminative in listening as well as sympathetic in listening. When it comes to opinion, and when it comes to your strong opinion, you can be biased listener depending upon the situation. And critical thinking is generally required when it comes to solving a problem. So all these skills are there in you. Every person has this five type. Depending upon the situation, the type of listening pops up. It's just that right thing should pop up at a right point of time. Now, everyone wants to be an active listener. Active listener means a person who listens and apprehend to whatever he or she has listened, and then equally respond to it. Second is a passive listener. A passive listener is a person who allows the information to get in, but he doesn't do anything for it. It's somewhat similar to talking to a deaf person. So you will not be responding in any way whatever you're saying. So that is where giving a deaf ear comes from a passive listener. Now, a lot of people have a short term attention span. Many of us might struggle when it comes to listening span. 30 minutes, 20 minutes, uske baad man nahi lagta, these kind of feeling pops up. when it comes to study specifically. When it comes to career or work also, these things will come in phase that at a stretch you can work for 1.5 or 2 hours, and then you need a small break to just walk around, move a bit around, so that you can again come back to the zone in which you were, and then work. So if you find these things problematic, you find yourself to focus as a problem, then you need to go through the following things. uh, First thing which you can like start with is a bit of meditation, but every person has a different philosophy of meditation. I have a different way of doing a small activity which you can adapt in your life too. That is like, if you wake up early in the morning, and when I say early, it's something like before 7 o'clock in the morning. So go to your terrace or whichever place you can just go around and see the outside view. Go there and look at the view which you can see, and look around like whatever you can see. Look around for 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and then close your eyes, and then allow the complete scene which you have imagined or seen 20 seconds before. Imagine that around you when you have closed your eyes. And once you have closed your eyes, allow the sound to pop in. So there might be chirping of birds. So imagine that from which direction you can hear that voice. Like, are you hearing it from the right hand side or the left hand side? And this, you just need to do for 2 minutes, like 120 seconds. That's it. This will help you to like be more imaginative, be more strong in your attention span. It will make you, because the amount of intensity you increase, you will develop it in a much better way. I do it just for 5 minutes in a day, and that has helped me to be more attentive around me. So be it my driving skill, my taking session span, that has increased a lot. So energy level, everything has actually changed because of this. And this has helped me a lot. This activity has helped me a lot to be more better in active listening. Now, the first thing which you can do is pay attention. Now, this is very easy to say that paying attention is a activity which you need to perform, but doing it is actually difficult. So for this, there are multiple sets of things which you can work along with. Paying attention is something which a person needs to start develop. So it starts small with small activities of paying attention. Uh, you can start with an activity, something like, if you're sitting in your room, look at a thing, whatever thing it might be, like a pencil or a pen or a watch. Look at it, and just when you start looking at it, start speaking about it. So if you're looking at a wall clock, look at the wall clock and start speaking about it, whatever thoughts pop in, and just do this activity for 60 seconds. So 60 seconds you're looking at one stuff, speaking about it, then look at something else, speak about it. What will happen is that you will have short spans of 1 minute, 5 topics in a day. You will be more focused regarding what exactly you want to think. And then when you will start listening to someone else, you will be more attentive, and that will happen automatically. Because in this activity, what exactly we are doing is that we are forcing our brain to think more effectively in less span of time, and that is where a person becomes more productive. Ask open-ended questions. So whenever you are interacting with a person, try to ask open-ended questions. Now let me make you understand that what open-ended and close-ended questions are. Open-ended question is a question which is descriptive in nature, when a person will give an answer in more than a statement or so. Wherein a close-ended question is a one-word answer, either yes or no, or a word or two, nothing more than that. That is close-ended question. So try and ask more of open-ended question when you're interacting with a person, so that you can gain more information. Request clarification. Now, request clarification means, if at any point of time you're unable to hear something or listen something clearly, please make sure you ask for clarification and clarify the thing that, sir, your voice was not clear. If you can just repeat it, that is perfectly fine. And that makes effective communication or active listening more appropriate. Paraphrasing. Paraphrasing is a technique which is used by people who you have to make MOM. So that is where paraphrasing technique actually comes from. So if I'm interacting with a person and if I'm counseling a person, so what I do is that on a general basis, I try to paraphrase whatever he or she has said and try to understand that exactly if he or she is able to nod yes or no when I paraphrase. If the person says yes, it means that whatever I have understood is exactly the same what he or she wanted to say. And that is where paraphrase comes in a different aspect. So paraphrase is a tool which you should frequently use. So even when like attending a session, you are attending a session and a faculty says something, you understood it, try to rephrase it. Ma'am, is it correct what I have understood it? Was it the right thing what I have understood? And then go with your interpretation, and then you will be able to like get a yes or a no from the faculty or the person whom you're interacting with, which would make you a better effective communicator, or like that is where your listening skills would increase. Ask probing questions. Now it is important to ask probing questions, which means that do you mean to say this, do you mean to say that, whatever interpretation you had, if you have something to correlate with it, go ahead and ask those questions, so that effect the communication can be more effective, and the person may be able to answer you in a much better way. Be attuned to the speaker's feelings. So it is important for you to understand that in which mindset the person is, whether it is he or she is a fun loving kind of person or a person who is very serious. So accordingly, if you are attuned with the person, which means that you are in a similar mindset of the with the person who is speaking, you will be able to like listen to him in a much better way, because of the feelings and emotions they are same. So automatically the impact will be much better, and that is the reason being an active listener actually is a very important aspect when it comes to actually increases tenfolds. Now, this is something which is very important, that is interpersonal skills. Now, there is similar vocabulary which comes up with intrapersonal skills. So, intrapersonal skill is the way you communicate to yourself, whatever you say to yourself, that is intrapersonal skills. Currently, we are talking about interpersonal skills. Now, interpersonal skills are the behavior you use every day to interact and communicate with others. So, the way you behave with others or the way you interact with others, that is interpersonal skills. Now, when I say interpersonal skills, it might be your behavior with your parents, your family members, the maid who comes to your home, that is again interpersonal skills. The the guard of your college is again one person with whom you can show interpersonal skills. So whomsoever you're interacting with, be it a known person, be it an unknown person, with every individual you're communicating, the way you are communicating, that comes in interpersonal skills. Now the first point, as we already discussed, of interpersonal skill is active listening. Now, because if you want to have a good interpersonal relationship with someone, active listening is very important, and that is where the base is there. And you might notice this, that this is the same parameter on which we were discussing the effective communication also. So, be it communication effectively being made or interpersonal skills, they are interlinked to an extent. So, interpersonal skills actually is effective communication along with the behavioral pattern interlinked becomes interpersonal skills. Second point is conflict resolution. Now, there are a lot of occasions where we tend to have conflict with people. When I say people, they are our friends, our family members, the people whom we study along with, as well as faculties. Anyone, they can be anyone with whom you can have a conflict. How do you resolve that conflict matters and talks volume about your behavior. And this is where one person needs to work on, because you might not be observed in your good times, but definitely when you are angry or when you are not in your senses, people will judge you. And the person you portray yourself to be in a time when you are not in your senses, or you are hot headed at that point of time, uh, people will have a different kind of understanding towards you. It's a simple example that currently I'm taking your session, and if at all you find me at an accident spot where I had an accident with some individual, and if I am shouting and screaming at the other person, you would not feel that this person who was taking a session right now and the person who is screaming are the same person. That is the reason interpersonal skills actually plays a very important role. Third point is communication skills, the way you communicate. Because interpersonal skills is a holistic skill which a person possesses, along with the behavior, the way you treat a person, the way you behave with a person. And this is from different backgrounds. Like you may know the person, you may not know the person. The person may be uh, respectable to you, or he may not be respectable to you. The way you behave with them is actually what interpersonal skills is all about. I always believe that the if you want to judge a person, it's always if the way a person behaves with an unknown person, and that too of uh, a labor class specifically. That is where you will be able to judge him or her in a much better way regarding his interpersonal skills. And you might have heard of this, that the way a person talks to a waiter talks volume about it. The way he calls or she calls the waiter, that talks a volume about it, that what kind of behavioral skills he has or she has. So this is actually a important landmark in any individual's person's life. So if you are a person who wants to work on yourself, you want to enhance your personal capacity, you need to work on interpersonal skills. So from now onwards, if you're interacting with your maid in your home, try to be more assertive in your communication. Try to communicate in a better way so that the person should feel comfortable with you. The person should be able to uh, communicate with you in a better way. Next is collaboration. Now, interpersonal skill is all about collaboration. Now, collaboration means what? When you are asked to work in a team, how well are you able to collaborate with other people? And every person has a different attitude, different mindset, different way of thought process. Are you able to process yourself well with them as a team, or you are a person who is not able to like understand his or her mark? In either ways, in either situation, where do you stand? That is where collaboration is important. So you need to be a person who with whom every individual should be able to cope up, work with. And if you become that kind of person, your interpersonal skills are rated high. Last point is emotional intelligence. This is a problematic word which it's not easy to define, but if in easy words I try to like make you understand this, it is an art of understanding when to say what and what to say when. I repeat, it is an art of understanding this, when to speak what and what to speak when, and add on how. So if you know when to speak what means क्या कब बोलना है और क्या कब बोलना है और कैसे बोलना है ये आपको पता है, then you are emotionally intelligent. And this skill comes with again time and with observation. So when I started my journey as a trainer initially, I struggled a lot when it comes to emotional intelligence, but then I started noting my faculties who used to teach me at that point of time, and I started taking learnings from them, that how a faculty is dealing with me or other person or a problematic candidate, and then I started adapting those skill sets in my uh, pattern also. And automatically I realized is that emotional intelligence is something which can be acquired with time, but you need to be very observant regarding what exactly you need to observe. And once you're observant and you know that what exactly you need to observe from people, you will become a better person and you will be better in interpersonal skills. Understand this, that there is a proverb that you learn from everyone. So everyone whom you meet is a learning prospect for you. It totally depends upon what you learn. It is always said that even a clock which does not have a battery, it shows two times at least in a day the correct time. So same way, You may interact with a beggar also, but if you are with a mindset of learning, even a beggar can teach you something. So it's not always that the best entrepreneurs of the world will be able to teach you something. From where do you want to learn? Once you are in that learning mode, sky is the limit. You can learn from anyone, and everyone can be your teacher or trainer or lecturer. Totally depends upon how you see things. So interpersonal communication or interpersonal skills is something which comes with time, and you slowly and steadily work on it. But again, working is something which is self-evaluating. Uh, Goal settings is something which everyone needs to do. So you need to set goals, and how to develop it is something which comes automatically. So you can't get what you want unless you know what you want. So to go somewhere, you need to know the address. If you don't know the address and you tell the auto rickshaw wala that please take me anywhere, auto rickshaw wala will not move his auto. He will be standing there looking at your face and asking, Madam, where do you want to go? Because to reach somewhere, it is important to know the address. Similarly, if you want to get, if you want to reach somewhere, you need to know how you need to go there. And that is very important. And that is where the first point comes of goal setting, that is, establish your goals. It's important for you to establish your goals. Why? What is the motive of your life? Where do you want to achieve? What do you want to achieve? Is just not that you need to just give an answer that I see myself in 5 years being blah 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 blah. But what exactly goals you have? Sharing my experience with you, when I was pursuing my MBA and my graduation, I was very clear that I wanted to be a trainer. So even when opportunities came for me to work in corporates or to work with good MNCs, I rejected them, I denied them, and I continued my passion of training because I wanted to be a trainer. And that is where I established my goal very clear that I would love to continue my career into training. You need to observe successful interactions. So whenever you get a chance to interact with someone who can teach you something, you need to like take those interactions as positives. Uh, I I got an opportunity to meet Dr. R. Marshalkar, and he is a privileged personality of India. So when I got a chance to interact with him specifically, so I interacted with him regarding my goals, and he gave me that boost that, Vincent, if you want to be a trainer, go ahead and be one. There's nothing stopping you. And similarly, I would say you this, that whatever your goals are, first it is important for you to write your goals, because if you write them, it actually becomes more uh, vision wise. It becomes more clear. So being a trainer was my vision. So I wrote that goal very clearly that I want to be a trainer. And once that goal was clear, I started focusing on how I can achieve it and what should I do to achieve it. Once these things started clearing it out, I things sorted out. Things started clearing it out. You need to be when it comes to interactions also, choose the people whom you want to interact with regarding your goals, because there are multiple kinds of people. One who would be very clear regarding your vision or will be agreeing to your vision and will act as a booster, and second who would talk negative regarding it. If you're a person uh, who cannot handle negative motivation, please don't interact with people who are negative or will not apprehend your goals. Talk to only people who are positive. But again, on the contrary, it is important to understand the negative side of everything. There are risks involved in everything, so you need to understand that also. But you need to understand yourself in that process, that what kind of skills you are having. Are you a positive mindset person or are you a negative mindset person? Are you a person who gets motivated with positive words, or are you a person who gets who performs well under stress, or who performs well when he or she receives negative motivation? So in my case, I was a person, whenever I received a negative motivation, I was boosted up. Like, how can someone say that I cannot do it? Now I have to prove myself. And I used to go beyond my boundaries and prove that person wrong. Identify way to practice your skills. So it's important for you to understand that your goals, your things, what you want to achieve in life are totally dependent upon your practice sessions. Now, practice sessions totally depend upon how do you practice. So, talking it through, because I was very clear regarding what I want to be, how I want to be, I started wearing formals right from the time when I was in my graduation. So even when people were very, even when my college was allowing me to pursue graduation in casuals, in jeans and t-shirt, I used to prefer wearing formals as much as I can, so that I can be comfortable with that attire. Because I knew that throughout my life I had to wear formals, and I need to be comfortable in this attire. And that actually complemented me when I started pursuing my MBA, because again in MBA this was again an option of wearing formals and casuals, totally dependent upon us. So when I was going through my MBA, uh, it didn't feel awkward to me to wear formals, because even when it was summers, I was perfectly fine wearing a tie and a formal in a hot summer, and I would not sweat because I had practiced it throughout my time in my graduation, and that actually helped me throughout my MBA also. So because of me, other people were forced to wear, and they used to start wearing the combinations which I used to wear. And I have learned this, that if you want to be someone, you need to practice it early. So because I wanted to be a trainer, I practiced discipline. I practiced making presentations. I practiced uh, visualizing myself taking sessions of 400, 500 people at a time at a very early age. So even when people started, like, they wanted to give interviews for MNCs, I started training people to get select into MNC. So before even completing my graduation, I was giving training to people for campus placements in other colleges. But that is where I started developing myself. And this is where practice is important. What you want to be is a vision. So if I ask you to, like, let's do a small activity. So though interaction might not be possible right now, but if I ask you to close your eyes and imagine yourself, how do you see yourself after 5 years? So close your eyes and imagine yourself. How do you see yourself in 5 years? Imagine yourself, what kind of dress you are wearing, what kind of like accessories you're wearing, what all things you are having in your hand. Imagine, imagine what colors you are wearing. Is it vibrant? Is it light? Is it dark? Imagine yourself and count down. Like it's 2022 right now. So 5 years down the line will be 2027, and whatever image you have personified or imagined, just write it down on a piece of paper, that I am wearing this, I am wearing this, I am looking confident, I am this. So when you will be reading it, you will feel more confident while going through the content. So it is important for you uh, to again understand this, that when it comes to presenting yourself, it is only about mindset which is important. So goal setting is starts from imagining yourself. What exactly do you want to be? Solicit feedback. It is important to consider feedback as a major aspect in which you need to groom yourself. So people consider feedback as an area of concern. I consider feedback as majorly, if you get like all of the feedbacks are very positive, that is also area of concern, because then you lack area of improvement. So there has to be negative feedbacks, and that is where you learn from those negative feedbacks, that if 100 people were listening to you and one person was not able to connect with you, that's again a feedback. Every trainer, as in, like, when I take session, I make sure that I am able to connect with people, and if that connectivity is there, I am able to construct my session accordingly. So it's important for you to understand this, that it's always about taking feedback in a positive way. uh, Feedbacks can be from your family members, feedbacks can be from your peers, friends. You might be preparing for a competitive exam, and a person may walk in and say, hey, it's very difficult, you may not clear it. Now, what are you hearing? Again, you get back to the listening point. What are you listening? Are you listening this that you cannot clear it, or are you listening this that the amount of effort you are putting it might not help you to clear it, because the other person is seeing that you are not being that serious. That's the reason the person is saying you're not clearing it. So what you listen is very important over here. So soliciting feedback is again a way you listen to what the person is saying, take the important information from it, absorb it, and then apprehend it and apply it in your life. Reflect and modify. So whenever there are areas where you consider that you are making an error, reflect that into your personality, work on that, and then again come back to the goal setting things. Because if you do this scalability, then only you will be able to adapt in a much better way and have precise goals in life. Now, as I already told you that goal setting is always about written information, but there are a few questions which I want you to uh, think about today. First question is, why am I here? So why am I here means whatever course you are doing, why am I here? Second is, where am I? So where am I means as per when you started with the course and what mindset you had. Where am I means, are you able to correlate with it correctly or not? Where do I want to be? Which means that at the end of the module, whichever course module you are into, at the end of that time, where do you see yourself, or at what position are you looking? And for that, what are the things you need to go for? That is, how do I get there? So if it is a ladder to climb, you need to understand the process. uh, every one of us might have climbed a ladder some other time in our life. So if you might have climbed the ladder, you might understand that if you want to climb up, there are multiple things which are important. So it's like the coordination between your leg needs to be proper, as well as your hand and eye contact needs to be important. So if you climb a ladder,
फोन नहीं किया हमें फोन कर रही यार
वेरी गुड उसको सेंस ऑफ गिल्ट है ये सही है और ये चीज मैं बोलूंगी भी जब कॉल कर रहे थे अरे यार कहाँ हो तुम
um,
रोजलिन यार तू
We truly apologize for that. We truly apologize for that intervention, sir. You can just continue. We truly apologize.
Sir, kindly unmute yourself first, sir. Thank you.
okay, thank you. So if you're uh, if you're done with these questions like why am I here, where am I, where do I want to be, and how do I get there, once you're done with these questions, what happens is that if you get all the answers very precise, it means that your goals are perfectly tuned, you know where you are going. But if in any of the questions you are lagging, or you're not sure, or the image you are imagining is very blurry, you need to set your goals very precise. And that's where the previous page which we talked about, that is establishing your goals, actually become a major prospect. Now, how to set goals? So you need to be, what kind of goal you need to set. So first is that whatever goals you set, please have a habit of writing it out, because once you write your goals very clearly on a piece of paper, it gives your mind a clear image. It's something similar to this, that the more you see something, it becomes a part of your system, and as subconsciously you start believing in it. And this is something which is very easy to understand. For example, if you have ever gone to uh, a supermarket known as Big Bazaar, so there is a tagline which they follow: "Isse sasta aur kahan." And if you ask a layman who have been frequently visiting these malls and these type of supermarkets, and you ask that sabse sasta bazaar kaun sa hai, the person will pop up with Big Bazaar. Now, the reason is not that it might be the cheapest, But the reason is that when the person was wandering in that big bazaar, there is an audio clip which continuously plays. इससे सस्ता और कहाँ आइए बिग बाजार इससे सस्ता और कहाँ आइए बिग बाजार. So that subconscious listening actually makes that person believe that that is the cheapest. And that is the reason when you are setting a goal, it is important for you to write it down precisely that what exactly your goals are. And when you do that, if you can paste it somewhere where you can visually see it, that's the best thing. Goal should be challenging. What kind of goal you are putting? Getting a placement is not a goal. Trust me, it's not a goal. It's a step. Holding on to the job, my first job for at least 2 or 3 years can be a goal. So your goals need to be changed. Getting a placement is not a goal. Holding on to the job for 2 years is a goal. That is what I believe is there. It's challenging because holding on to a job means you are bringing your ace game up front in your first placement. It's easy to get a job, trust me, but to sustain that job is more difficult than getting a job. So technically 70% of the crowd actually gets deviated because their focus is only to get a job, because that's a societal pressure which pops in. So it's not important to get a job. You may get a placement of 10 lakh rupees, 5 lakh rupees very easily in a company, but then sustaining that job is more important, because if you're not able to meet a target when you get a placement at 10 lakh company, that company will sack you within months. So like 6 months down the line, you will be out of the job. Then what? Then what's the plan? So it's important that you have very precise regarding you should be very precise regarding what exactly your goals are. So your goals need to be written. It needs to be challenging. It needs to be specific. Please make sure that your goal should not be, I want to work in an MNC. That's not a goal. Trust me. How do you define MNC? So if you go through the definition of MNC,
हक्का नूडल्स एक हक्का नूडल्स और 2 इलायची वाली चाय और एक क्या कॉम्बी.
I request all the participants to kindly mute yourself. Thank you. Sorry, sir. Please continue.
sure, sir. So once you have done with your goal settings, once it is written, you have pasted it somewhere, then it is perfectly fine. Now, talking about placements and talking about the company profile, please focus on this, that MNC can be defined as a company which has multiple outlets, multiple uh, offices, base offices in different countries. That is MNC. So it can be Bangladesh and India, it can be Nepal and India, it can be Pakistan and any other country. So any company which has more than 2 offices established in 2 different countries will be considered as MNC. And so the target is MNC. More than that, it should be specific company and an organization based on your attributes, your qualities. You should focus on particular companies. So once you do that, things will change. Second, like fourth point is measurable. So measurable means, हिंदी में कहावत है कि हमें उतने ही पैर पसारने चाहिए जितने हमारी चादर हो. Same goes with measurable. That means that you need to have a vision or a goal in a way which it should be realistic and it should be challenging. So it should be measurable means you should not go for hypothetical goals. Like hypothetical goals means like you're at your 22 and you want like to have a Mercedes Benz in your 24 by working. Cannot be possible. By working, it cannot be possible. Yes, if you are starting a business and it cruises away in 2 years, it can be, but then it should be measurable. It should have a logic behind what your goals are. Then it should be prioritized. So if you're setting goals, if you have multiple sets of goals, so what exactly priority list needs to be followed? Follow that. It is always said that once you achieve a goal, there will be another goal in front of you, and this process goes on. Next goal, next goal. And then ultimately you will analyze this, that all these goals you were focusing on, they have become a landmark, and the ultimate goal has become something else. And this is perfectly fine. So don't try to differentiate between landmarks and goals right now. It is important to just achieve them and move ahead. Now, I would love to ask every one of you who is listening to me right now that just take a piece of paper and go through these questions. So, if you could write an inscription on your own tombstone, what would you like to say? If you're not acquainted with tombstone, अगर आपको अपनी कब्रगाह पे जो सिल्ली होती है उस पे अगर आपको कुछ लिखने का मौका मिले तो आप क्या लिखेंगे? I understand this, that this is only specific with few religion, but just imagine that if you have an authority to write a line which defines you, what line would you choose? Just write it. This is the first question. Second is, for what would you best like to be remembered? आप किस चीज के लिए जाने जाना चाहते हो? Like at the end of your life, what is that one thing, or what would be that thing for which you want to be remembered? Your actions, your reactions, what? Your smile. And if it is something which is regarding like your behavior pattern, that's not worth it. It should be something which you have contributed to the society, or for your contribution to your uh, near and dear ones. That should be one of those things. If you knew you could not fail, what would you do? अगर आपको मालूम है कि आप कभी भी नहीं हारेंगे तो आप क्या करेंगे और कैसे करेंगे? So whatever thing you invest in, whatever thing you start doing, it will be successful. That's a guarantee. So what all things would you do? Write it down. And one thing, last point, if you could change one thing in your life, what would it be? What one change do you want in your life? Just write it down and go through these answers. I'm giving you just 2 minutes. Just go through these answers. Great. So I'll just go through the questions once again. If you could write an inscription on your tombstone, what would you like to say? For what would you best like to be remembered? किस चीज़ के लिए आप जाने जाना चाहते हैं? And if you know you could not fail, what would you do? अगर आपको मालूम है कि आप कभी भी हारेंगे नहीं, तो आप क्या करेंगे? And if you could change one thing in your life, what would it be? अगर आप एक चीज़ मौका मिले बदलने का, तो आप क्या बदलेंगे अपनी लाइफ में? Now, if you're done with these questions and answers to it, just read them and analyze that, are you actually working for whatever you have written or not? क्या आप जो आपने लिखा है उसके लिए आप काम कर भी रहे हैं? And if you feel that you're not working for it, it doesn't suit you, then it is high time to start working for it. Start setting your goals accordingly, that you can justify all these 4 questions. Now, a lot of times people tend to go with bucket list. So I have 4 different lists for you. You need to make a dream list, that what are your dreams. So there need to be physical dreams. Physical dreams मतलब आप कैसे दिखना चाहते हो फिजिकलिटी में, आप क्या क्या चीज़ें पहनना चाहते हो फिजिकलिटी के हिसाब से. So that should be a list for physical wants. Second is social wants. Social wants means public appreciation आपको कैसे चाहिए, आपको लोग किस नाम से जानने चाहिए. That is social wants, whatever dream list you have. Dream list of business wants means if you are working somewhere or professionally you're working with someone, so what are your professional needs? कि आप manager बनना चाहते हो, executive बनना चाहते हो, CEO बनना चाहते हो, what are your professional dream list? And then financial, कितना पैसा कमाना चाहते हो? So अगर एक simple सा सवाल पूछूं that to everyone, that if you want to be successful, everyone wants to be successful. So how many number of zeros do you want in your account so that you can consider yourself successful? How many number of zeros do you want in your account so that you consider yourself to be successful? And write that figure. And once you have written that figure, write that around what year you want that figure in your account. Again, make sure that you are doing goal setting, तो वो measurable होना चाहिए. All these things, all the priority things which we have talked about, that it should be measurable, it should be specific, challenging. So जितना भी amount आप लिख रहे हो उसके बगल में आपको year लिखना है, considering that in how much time will you be able to achieve it. And then follow the previous step, that is, establish the goal. This is your goal, that this much amount I need in my life, in my account, this is the year I need to go for. Now start making the roadmap for it. कि क्या करेंगे, कैसे करूंगी मैं, क्या करना चाहिए, how do I need to work, what is the pathway for it, and that is how you will be able to set your goals precisely. Last prospect which I find is time management. So this is something which is again important, because when you come to goal setting, time management is something people tend to like forget. So there are occasions where people set goals but they are not able to set time to it, and that is actually a problem. आप अमीर बनना चाहते हो मगर आपको यही नहीं पता कब तक बनना चाहते हो, तो क्योंकि आपने कभी टाइम सेट नहीं करा तो शायद आप कभी नहीं बनोगे. Please, whatever targets you have in life, have time limit for it, and if you're able to achieve that time within that time span, it's perfectly fine. If not, leave it, move it, go to the next goal. That is again important. So ये time management का prospect आपको जानना बहुत जरूरी है. Now, what are the importance of time management? So every person has 24 hours in his daily schedule, and out of which I consider that 8 to 6 hours are taken away in your sleep, and again 6 to 8 hours are taken away in your college and studies. So if I minus 16 hours straight away, so you're only left with 8 hours for, which includes your household chores, that is your breakfast, lunch, dinner. So let's take 2 more hours away. So minus 8 minus 2 will be 6. So you have 6 hours still remaining with you to do things which you want to do, be it studies, be it extracurricular activity. Use it wisely. Use it to like achieve your goals wisely, and that is where you will be able to work it through the time management span. You will be able to accomplish goals successfully if you are able to manage your time. Now, managing time means understanding what you want to do and when you want to do. So if you are too much into studies, you are focused too much into your career, have some time for your physical workout also, wherein you either walk for some time or do jogging or do physical exercise for at least 10, 20 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, depending upon the availability of time, because every mental exercise require a complementary physical exercise. So if you are too much into studies, so you're like putting through around 6 hours, 4 hours, 7 hours of studies, spare 20, 30 minutes of time wherein you're walking, jogging, or doing any physical workout, so that, be it badminton, be it anything, so that you are able to complement your mind. So when you're playing, your body is working out. When you're doing a physical activity like jogging or walking, you're doing a physical activity, so that allows mind to be stress free. On the contrary, if you like switch on to Instagram or Facebook, scrolling through the content, that doesn't work out. इससे काम नहीं चलता. आपको एक बैलेंस बनाना बहुत जरूरी है. You need to have that balance, which is important. Understanding your physical needs as well as your mental needs, and then going with it. That is where time management is important. Time management actually helps you to make it easier to set priorities. And when I say set priorities, I'll be explaining you in the next slide regarding how you need to set priorities. You'll like time management will help you to eliminate bad habits such as procrastination. Now, procrastination क्या होता है बता देता हूँ. टालने की आदत, आज नहीं कल करेंगे, अरे अभी नहीं थोड़ी देर बाद करेंगे, that is procrastination. So when you have a habit of procrastination, और ये हम सब में होता है, every one of us has this habit of procrastination. So once you get into this habit of procrastination, it is difficult for anyone to come out of it, and that actually affects productivity directly. Time management actually reduces stress straight away, and it keeps you motivated. So if you want to be like motivated throughout, you need to work on time management. Now, it is easier to say that you need to manage your time. So how do you need to understand that which activity is in which segment? So there are quadrants which I would love to explain. The first quadrant is urgent and important. So things which are urgent and important comes in first quadrant. Second quadrant is the activity which is not urgent but important. Third quadrant is the activity which is urgent but not important. Fourth quadrant is not urgent, not important. Now, how to scale between these things? So first, when you talk about urgent activities and important activities, these are those activities which will be coming through crisis, emergencies, pressing problems means what, exam के लिए पढ़ना है, so it is important as well as urgent. Deadline driven projects, last minute preparations, these will be urgent and important. Activities which are not urgent but important, that is preparing, planning, prevention, which means that आपको किसी प्रेजेंटेशन का टास्क दिया हुआ है, टीम प्रेजेंटेशन है जो कि सबमिशन 5 दिन बाद है, सो इट्स नॉट अर्जेंट बट इट इज इम्पोर्टेंट. सो जहाँ पे प्रिपरेशन, प्लानिंग एंड देन प्रिवेंशन आपको करना रहेगा कि क्या क्या हैजार्डियस सिचुएशन आप फेस कर सकते हैं, कौन रहेगा कौन नहीं रहेगा. दीज ऑल थिंग्स, प्लानिंग एंड एग्जीक्यूशन कम्स इनटू द सेकंड क्वाड्रेंट. सो एक्टिविटीज व्हिच हैज these kind of things, you need to go with it. Value clarification, capability improvement, relationship building always comes into this. They are important, but they are not urgent. So you need to understand that when to give time to these kind of activities. Third quadrant are the activities which are urgent but not important. These are interruptions, like a call from a friend. You may feel it is urgent to answer it, but it might not be important. उसने ऐसे ही कॉल किया होगा आपसे बात करने के लिए, and at that point of time you were studying. So you need to understand to prioritize things. So if you're doing an activity which is urgent and important, and there comes an activity parallel to it which is urgent but not important, so you need to know when to prioritize things. So your priority should be given to an activity which is urgent and important. A meeting with a friend can be urgent, but it is not important because it totally depends upon your priority list. Many pressing matters, popular activities might be urgent, but not important. Then there are certain activities which are not urgent, not important. Now, when I say not urgent, not important, it actually means that these keeps you busy, like scrolling through Instagram reels, Facebook reels, not urgent, not important, but that is keeping you occupied. That is not urgent, not important. Trivial activities, some calls or random emails. There are occasions when you're free and you call someone randomly and just gossip around. Then these kind of activities pop into not urgent, not important. Escape activities, like you have to do an urgent presentation or a study, but there pops up another activity which is not urgent, not important. Might be like a friend called and you feel like you are giving importance to that friend, stating that a friend in need is a friend indeed, and then you go for the help and then realize that it was a pity work which he or she had called for, and that is where that was not urgent, not important. So for this, whenever you devote time to any activity, be it work, be it sitting in a cafeteria and eating, uh, then try to categorize yourself that whether it is urgent and important or not urgent, not important. Multitasking is perfectly fine, but it is important for us to understand that when to do it and how to do it. That is where the smart way of doing things can be dealt with. And going through the complete process, once again, if I talk through the agenda, so talking about effective communication, we discussed regarding what effective communication was all about. We discussed regarding that why listening skills plays a very vital role in enhancing communication skills. And then we talked about intrapersonal skills, which has everything in it, which has a bit of effective communication also, which has essence of listening skills also. And then we understood that why goal setting is important, because it enhances confidence of an individual. And along with that, we went through time management. Understanding this, that all 5 aspects, these are like 5 fingers, Effective communication is more like thumb for you. Then listening skills, interpersonal skills, goal setting, time management, when they come together as a fist, it becomes personal capacity building. These are the pillars for personal capacity building. Now, whenever you want to punch someone, you need to like make a fist and then punch. And that is where, when you're applying for a job, you need to make a fist. You need to bring your effective communication into the thing. You need or interpersonal skills at that point of time. You need to be good with goal settings and time management. All five things coming together will contribute as a personal capacity building. In conclusion, I would just like to say one thing, that when it comes to portraying yourself in front of any individual, be it known, be it unknown to you, it is always about bringing your best shoes to the party. That means that bringing yourself in the best possible manner, be it unknown, be it known. It is always about managing yourself very well in front of them. And if you're able to manage yourself in a most appropriate manner, things will work out for you. And that is where your personal capacity would enhance. At the end, if you want to have any questions, this is the right time to ask any questions, and you can unmute yourself, and if you want to ask any question, you can ask. Or else, if you want to pitch any questions in the chat window, you can do the same. Any questions anyone has can definitely ask, and I would be more than happy to answer you for the same.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
So, like some people are very introverts, they don't know how to talk to the people and communicate themselves. So it's okay to have a bad communication. Like they sometimes don't put the words forward at the very best. So it's okay to have just a bad communication rather than having no communication.
Um, Kanishka, how do you scale me? Am I an extrovert or an introvert?
I don't know, maybe extrovert.
I am introvert. So, though I am
Oh,
introvert, but when it comes to my professional life, I need to speak a lot. That is where I speak in a way wherein the quality and the quantity is managed properly. Even if you're introvert, it is not a bad thing, because this is a personality type. So if you are introvert, you just need to know how to work on the words, so that even if you say one word, that is effective. And if you can work it out, that's the best thing you will do here. So being introvert is a blessing in
okay, sir.
disguise, I would say.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I guess no one else has any questions.
Hello.
Yes.
So, like while speaking, sometimes I become impulsive. So, what should I do to improve that?
Is impulsive specifically to a particular person or a scenario, or is it in general?
In general, especially when while giving presentations and all.
This thing happens when you have too much of information gathered in yourself, and there are occasions where other people have not put forward similar kind of effort. So being impulsive at the situation needs to be catered in a very smart way. That is where the point where we discussed regarding emotional intelligence. You need to know how to behave appropriately at that point of time, so that your impulsive nature can be portrayed in a positive way. While giving presentations, if you're being impulsive, try to be try like I would just say this, that rehearse your presentation once before going to the actual presentation, so that you know where are the pros and cons of your presentation. One. Second, while interacting with a person, try to go and respond as per the reaction of the individual's body language or the tone. That will help you to calm down. And this is where your impulsive nature will slowly and steadily be an asset to you rather than being a negative character.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
You, sir.
Yes, sir. Anyone else for any kind of other frequently asked question, please to ask Mr. Vincent. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Vincent. That was such a nice and invitation for whatever how to all the students, all the participants, and so much of this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
The exact finding all the in 5 minutes, we are going to have our next esteemed resource person, Dr. Rajendra Saxena. We're just expecting him to join us in the next 5 minutes. So participants, please select the form with the chair.
Sir, your voice is breaking.
Hello. I have already logged in. All right. Okay. Hello.
Yes, sir. You are
Sir,
audible.
can you hear me?
Sir, you are audible, sir.
And visible too?
Not visible.
Hello.
But
yes, sir. You are audible.
You are audible, sir. I request
That's
all the
great.
participants, sir, just a minute. I request all the participants to kindly fill the feedback form for the session 2. We'll be shortly starting the session. Sir, please. Yes, sir, you're visible.
Fine, great.
Slides are visible. You, sir, kindly play it, sir. Piyush, sir, please play the slideshow.
Just give me a minute, please.
Just press F5, sir, it will be played. Piyush, sir, press F5.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. We have got Dr. Rajendra Saxena with us, who is a counselor and HRD specialist. He's a mechanical engineer having at least 40 years of experience in the field of industry. These days, he's imparting training of entrepreneurship skills and life skills to students, faculties, officers, and servicemen. He's national faculty trained at the Entrepreneurship Development Institute of India, Ahmedabad, and he is also being the part of the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. His today's session for this day is going to be the professional and career building. Rajin, sir, you can now please begin with your session, sir. Thank you.
Right. That's great. All of you ready? Or you want some break? Because it might be continuing since long. Shall I continue? Hello?
Yes, so you can.
पीयूष सर आप हैं क्या? आप रहेंगे? मैंने कुछ
जी सर।
स्लाइड्स दिए हैं दिखाने को।
जी सर, मैंने सब पूरा मैनेज कर लिया है, आप बोलती जाइएगा, मैं बदलते जाऊंगा सर स्लाइड।
फाइन, दैट्स ग्रेट। ऑल ऑफ यू रेडी? देखिए ये लाइफ स्किल्स हैं, इसमें आपको ध्यान देना पड़ेगा कि यू हैव टू बी अटेंटिव थ्रू आउट, है ना? नॉट ओनली अटेंड द क्लास बट यू हैव टू अटेंड, बी अटेंटिव, क्योंकि मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ उससे ज्यादा जरूर।
राजन सर,
हेलो
राजन सर, कैन यू प्लीज वेट फॉर 2 minutes सर?
फाइन।
जी सर, या जस्ट वेट फॉर 2 minutes सर।
राइट।
By that time, I request all the participants to kindly see the chat box. The link for the attendance for session 2 has been shared. Do fill the attendance and feedback for the session 2 positively. Okay. Thank you. And please don't exit the group.
So there is an electricity problem in the college. You can just begin with your session, sir. I'll just start sharing in the next 2 minutes. Rajan, sir?
Shall I wait or shall I start? हाँ जी.
No, sir, you can just begin, please. हाँ जी, आप बिल्कुल शुरू कर दीजिए सर. मैं 2 मिनट में कनेक्ट हो रहा हूँ.
अच्छा अच्छा, ठीक है ना?
जी जी जी.
कितने पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं टोटल?
Sir, we have maximum participants.
Right. है ना?
Right, sir.
क्योंकि I want all to be present from the very beginning. क्योंकि वो शुरू का अगर मिस कर जाएंगे तो बाद में उनको तकलीफ आएगी समझने में. It is all
बिल्कुल सर, सभी
interconnected.
लोग जुड़े हुए हैं. Yes sir, they all are connected. You can begin the
Right,
discussion.
great.
Thank you.
राइट. हाँ जी. हाँ, नमस्कार साथियों, है ना. देखिए, आज का हमारा टॉपिक है प्रोफेशनल एंड कैरियर बिल्डिंग स्किल्स. देखिए, there is very thin line of demarcation between personal and professional. These life skills are our personal traits which are used in profession also. है ना. ये हमारे पर्सनल ट्रेट्स हैं, ये हमारी क्षमता है, ये हमारी एबिलिटी है जो कि हमको प्रोफेशनली अच्छा परफॉर्म करवाएगी और पर्सनल लाइफ में भी, नॉट ओनली एट वर्क प्लेस बट इन रियल लाइफ आल्सो, है ना. इट इज ऑलवेज वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस. देखिए, एक चीज बड़े ध्यान से समझ लीजिए, मैं जो बोल रहा हूं ये कोई लेक्चर नहीं है. आई एम गिविंग यू वेरी यूजफुल टिप्स फ्रॉम माय लाइफ. मैंने जितना स्टडी किया है, जितना एक्सपीरियंस किया है, जितने एक्सपेरिमेंट्स किए हैं, और जो कुछ भी मैंने टेस्टेड एंड ट्राइड, चेक्ड, फाउंड ओके, मेरा वो इसमें सम अप किया हुआ है. ये एसेंस है मेरा 40-45 इयर्स का जो एक्सपीरियंस है, वो मैं आज आपसे शेयर करूंगा इस टाइम में. तो ये वैसे कोई बुकिश नॉलेज नहीं है, अदरवाइज आपको ये मिलेगा नहीं कहीं. इसलिए मैं रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूं कि आप इसको ध्यान से सुने और अभी समझ लें, और इसको याद रखने की जरूरत नहीं है. अगर आपने इसको एक बार समझ लिया तो ये स्किल्स आपको वैसे याद रह जाएंगी, है ना. देखिए, जितना हम जानते हैं उससे ज्यादा जरूरी यह है कि हम उसको कैसे एक्सप्लेन करते हैं, हम कैसे उसको अप्लाई करते हैं, है ना. कितना जानते हैं उससे ज्यादा जरूरी ये है कि हाउ डू वी यूज वट एवर वी नो. हम अपने नॉलेज को कैसे यूज करते हैं, हम अपनी बातों को कितने अच्छे तरीके से कह पाते हैं, हम अपने नॉलेज से कितना बेहतरीन काम कर सकते हैं. सक्सेसफुल पर्सन वो है कि जो एडवर्स सिचुएशन में भी कूल रहकर, इमोशनली बैलेंस रहकर, लॉजिकली करेक्ट डिसीजन ले सके. आप इसको बिल्कुल ध्यान से सुन लीजिए. मैंने पहले भी कहा है कि जो मैं बोल रहा हूं उससे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट ये है कि आप कितना समझ रहे हैं. मैं स्लो रहूंगा ताकि आप समझ जाए, और जब आप रिस्पॉन्ड करेंगे मैं पेस बढ़ा दूंगा, क्योंकि 40-45 साल का एक्सपीरियंस मुझको ये 40-50 मिनट्स में देना है. तो आप कितना जानते हैं ये आपको सक्सेसफुल नहीं बनाएगा. आप अपने नॉलेज को किस तरीके से इम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं ये ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है. और एडवर्स सिचुएशन में कूल रहकर, इमोशनली बैलेंस्ड रहकर आपको लॉजिकली करेक्ट डिसीजन लेना है. देखिए, हमारा माइंड जो है दो तरीके से सोचता है. एक वी थिंक एंड देन वी फील. एक इमोशनली वर्क करता है और एक लॉजिकली वर्क करता है. तो इमोशनली जब वर्क करता है तो हम खुश होते हैं या दुखी होते हैं या हमें अच्छा लगता है, लेकिन जब लॉजिकली वर्क करता है तो हमें सक्सेस मिलती है. और हम पूरी लाइफ क्या करते हैं, मोस्टली इमोशनल हो जाते हैं, जबकि हमको मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम लॉजिकल होना है. तो ये इमोशनल इंटेलिजेंस हम आज समझेंगे, और ये सारा वर्क आपके थिंकिंग पैटर्न पे होना है. यू हैव टू गो इनसाइड एंड ऑब्जर्व कि हाउ वी थिंक, हाउ वी फील, हाउ वी टेक डिसीजंस, वेयर वी गो रॉन्ग. देखिए, जैसे एक फिल्म चल रही है और आप बहुत सारे दोस्त देखने जाते हैं, तो जिसको जिसमें इंटरेस्ट होता है वो चीज पकड़ लेता है. जिसको डांस में वो स्टेप्स देखता है, डांस में इंटरेस्ट है वो स्टेप्स देखता है. जिसको म्यूजिक में है वो संगीत सुनता है, जिसको इंटीरियर में है वो इंटीरियर देख लेता है. फिल्म वही है जिसमें आपको इंटरेस्ट है उस चीज में आपका नॉलेज भी बढ़ता है, आपकी स्किल भी बढ़ती है, और जानते हुए अनजाने में आप उस ट्रैक पे चले जाते हैं। तो आप ये समझ लें धीरे से कि आपकी सोच से सब शुरू होता है। जो भी आपके सामने इवेंट आता है, जो कुछ भी होता है, जो भी सिचुएशन होती है, वो आप अपने सेंसेस से अंदर लेते हैं, अपने ब्रेन में। उससे क्रिएट होते हैं थॉट्स। बड़े ध्यान से सुनिए। सिचुएशन है या कोई इवेंट है, हमने आंखों से देखा, कानों से सुना, या जो भी 5 सेंसेस से हमने उसको समझा, तो हम उसको समझते हैं, उससे क्रिएट होते हैं हमारे थॉट्स। और जैसे हमारे थॉट होते हैं, वैसी हमारी इमोशंस क्रिएट होती हैं। सिचुएशन एक है, मे बी पॉजिटिव और नेगेटिव जो भी है, हम उसको कैसे परसीव करते हैं, हम उसमें से क्या चीज समझते हैं, क्या चीज ग्रैस्प करते हैं, अकॉर्डिंगली हमारे थॉट्स क्रिएट होते हैं। और हमारे थॉट्स के अकॉर्डिंगली हमारे फीलिंग्स होते हैं, और हमारे फीलिंग्स के अकॉर्डिंग हमारा बिहेवियर होता है, और हमारे एक्शंस होते हैं, और उसी के अकॉर्डिंग सिचुएशन क्रिएट होती है। फिर से अगेन, पहले सिचुएशन, सिचुएशन से थॉट्स, थॉट्स से इमोशंस, इमोशन से बिहेवियर, बिहेवियर से एक्शन, और एक्शन से फिर सिचुएशन क्रिएट होती है। तो अब ये सब अकॉर्डिंग, जैसे थॉट्स है अकॉर्डिंगली आपका फीलिंग हो जाएगा, अकॉर्डिंगली आपका बिहेवियर हो जाएगा, अकॉर्डिंगली आपके एक्शन होंगे, और अकॉर्डिंगली सिचुएशन क्रिएट हो जाएगी। अब आपको अगर सिचुएशन बदलना है तो डायरेक्टली यू कांट डू एनीथिंग। आप बहुत ध्यान से समझ लिए, पूरा लेक्चर इसी थीम पे बेस्ड है। सिचुएशन को हम चेंज करना चाहते हैं। इफ यू आर नॉट हैप्पी विद द सिचुएशन, सो वी हैव टू चेंज द थॉट्स। हम थॉट को चेंज करेंगे तो हमारे फीलिंग्स चेंज होंगे, फीलिंग्स चेंज होंगे तो बिहेवियर चेंज होगा, बिहेवियर चेंज होगा तो एक्शन चेंज होंगे, एक्शन चेंज होंगे तब सिचुएशन चेंज होगी। और हम मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम हम क्या करते हैं कि हम सिचुएशन को चेंज करने की कोशिश करते हैं, अपने थॉट पे वर्क नहीं करते। हियर इज द ट्विस्ट। हम क्या सोचते हैं कि सिचुएशन हमारे माइंडसेट को अफेक्ट करती है। जैसे सिचुएशन होगी वैसे हमारी सोच हो जाएगी, ये मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम हम मान के चलते हैं। लेकिन अगर सिचुएशन के हिसाब से हमारा माइंड चलता रहे तो ऐसा होगा जैसे हम अपने जीवन की गाड़ी में खुद ही पैसेंजर बने हुए बैठे हुए हैं। सिचुएशन हमको कहीं भी ले जाएगी, कुछ भी कराएगी। लेकिन एक बार आप इसको रियलाइज कर लें कि सिचुएशन चाहे जो भी हो, मेरा माइंड, मेरी सोच, मेरी थिंकिंग मेरे कंट्रोल में रहेगी, देन सिचुएशन कैन चेंज। तो कुछ संभावना है इंप्रूव होने की। दुनिया की सिर्फ एक ही चीज आपके कंट्रोल में है, वो आपकी सोच। इसके अलावा किसी चीज पे आपका 100% कंट्रोल नहीं है। सिर्फ आपकी सोच ऐसी है कि जैसा चाहे आप ऐसा मोल्ड कर सकते हैं। पर हम ये मान के ही नहीं चलते कि साहब गुस्सा तो आ ही जाता है, बुरा तो लग ही जाता है, दुख तो हो ही जाता है, निराशा तो हो ही जाती है, फीलिंग तो लो हो जाते हैं। सर ये स्लाइड अभी मत दिखाइए, मैं बताऊंगा जब दिखाइए, क्योंकि अभी समझ में नहीं आएंगे, वरना अभी तो मेरा वीडियो आ जाने दीजिए आप, है ना। तो अगर हम चाहें तो सिचुएशन, देखो लाइफ में सिचुएशन कैसी भी आए हम उसको कुछ नहीं कर सकते। हमें पता नहीं है कि कौन कौन सी सिचुएशन आएगी, पर हमारा रिस्पॉन्स कैसा होगा वो तय करेगा कि हम सक्सेसफुल होंगे या अनसक्सेसफुल होंगे. Our response to a particular situation will decide that we will be the winner or loser. हम सिचुएशन हमारे कंट्रोल में नहीं है, डायरेक्टली कंट्रोल में नहीं है, लेकिन सिचुएशन के लिए हमारा रिस्पॉन्स कैसा हो ये 100% हमारे कंट्रोल में है. हम चाहें तो जो परिस्थिति का असर जो मनस्थिति पे पड़ता है, जो सिचुएशन का असर हमारे माइंडसेट पे पड़ता है, हम उसको थोड़ा प्रैक्टिस करेंगे तो कम और कम और कम, बिल्कुल कम, जीरो कर देंगे. तो जिस सिचुएशन में अभी हम इमोशनली डिसबैलेंस हो जाते हैं, उन सिचुएशन में हम इमोशनली बैलेंस्ड रहेंगे और लॉजिकली करेक्ट डिसीजंस ले सकेंगे. इसके लिए मैंने कुछ मॉड्यूल्स बनाए हैं, उनको थोड़ा थोड़ा अपन डिस्कस करेंगे. और अगर आपने इनको मॉड्यूल्स को ठीक से समझ लिया तो जिन जिन सिचुएशन में अभी आप इमोशनल ट्रॉमा में उलझ जाते हैं, उस सिचुएशन को लॉजिकली बड़े अच्छे से हैंडल कर सकेंगे. देखिए, प्रॉब्लम को मोस्टली इसलिए हैंडल नहीं कर पाते कि हम उसमें इमोशनली इन्वॉल्व हो जाते हैं. वो सिचुएशन अगर बोर्ड पे लिख दी ना, हम सॉल्व कर देंगे. वो सिचुएशन में कोई थर्ड पर्सन आएगा, हम उसको गाइड कर देंगे. पर जब उस सिचुएशन में हम जब फंस जाएंगे तो हमको रास्ता नहीं सूझता, बिकॉज वी गेट इमोशनली लॉक्ड. तो पूरा ये जो विशियस सर्कल है, इसमें एक ही पॉइंट पे ट्विस्ट है कि सिचुएशन को हम कैसे परसीव करते हैं. अगर हम इमोशनली जाते हैं तो सिचुएशन हमारे माइंडसेट को कहीं भी पहुंचा देगी, लेकिन अगर हम उसको लॉजिकली समझते हैं तो हम उसमें से पॉजिटिव्स निकाल सकते हैं. कोई भी सिचुएशन 100% पॉजिटिव या 100% नेगेटिव नहीं होती. कई बार 99% नेगेटिव में भी 1% चीज ऐसी निकल आती है जो हमारे काम की होती है. तो हम उस सिचुएशन को उस नजरिए से देखेंगे कि उसमें से पॉजिटिव्स निकाल सके और अपना माइंडसेट पॉजिटिव रख सके, तो फिर काम आसान है. अदरवाइज तो कभी अप डाउन चलते ही रहेगा. हम नेगेटिव पॉजिटिव में से भी नेगेटिव पकड़ लेते हैं लोग, और नेगेटिव में से भी नेगेटिव पकड़ लेते हैं. हम चाहे तो दोनों केस में से पॉजिटिव पकड़ेंगे और हमारे थॉट को पॉजिटिव रखेंगे. बात अक्सर लोग करते, लेकिन करना कैसे, वी विल गो इन डिटेल्स. एक बार जब इसको ठीक से समझ लेंगे तो दिस विल बी वेरी इजी फॉर यू, है ना. कब इमोशनल होना है, कब लॉजिकल होना है, कौन सी इमोशंस हमें हार्म कर रही है. इमोशंस को जीरो नहीं करना है, पर जो इमोशंस हार्म कर रही है उसको कम कर देंगे. जो इमोशन हमारी हेल्प कर रही है उनको हम बढ़ा देंगे और लॉजिकली करेक्ट डिसीजन लेंगे. ये हम आज सीखेंगे, है ना. और हम ज्यादातर लाइफ इमोशनली जीते हैं, इसलिए हम गलत कर लेते हैं. देखो, मैं आपको 4-5 हरिडली बताता हूं कि हम कहाँ गलती करते हैं, उसके बाद मैं अपने मॉड्यूल्स लूंगा. एक तो जो व्यक्ति हमें अच्छा लगता है, भाग गया, हमको पसंद आ गया, दिल को पसंद आ गया, उसकी गलत बात भी हम मान लेते हैं. और जो व्यक्ति हमें पसंद नहीं आया फॉर एनी रीजन व्हाटसोएवर, उसकी सही बात भी नहीं मानते, यानी हम दोनों को गलत मान लेते हैं. सही व्यक्ति की सही बात, गलत बात. जो व्यक्ति हमको अच्छा लग गया, यानी हम बजाय सही और गलत पे, राइट और रॉन्ग पे जाने के, हम लाइक और डिसलाइक्स पे चले जाते हैं. देखिए, क्या हमें अच्छा लगता है और क्या हमारे लिए अच्छा है, इसमें बड़ा फर्क है. तो जो व्यक्ति हमें पसंद आ गया, उसकी हमने गलत बात भी मान ली, और जो व्यक्ति हमें पसंद नहीं आया, हेलो, कुछ डिस्टर्बेंस आ रहा है क्या?
नहीं सर,
मुझे
ठीक है.
आवाज नहीं आ रही क्लियर, मुझे क्लियर नहीं आ रही, है ना. अच्छा, जहां पे क्लैरिटी ना हो, जहां पे क्लैरिटी ना हो, प्लीज 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 आस्क क्वेश्चंस. ये मेरा इको आ रहा है, यू सर, समथिंग रॉन्ग.
सर जस्ट गिव मी
देखिए, वॉकिंग विथ क्लैरिटी इज बेटर देन रनिंग इन कंफ्यूजन। अगर अपन कंफ्यूजन के साथ तेजी से आगे बढ़ जाएंगे तो फायदा नहीं है, क्लैरिटी के साथ धीरे धीरे बढ़ेंगे तो फायदा है, और वाकई लाइफ आसान हो जाएगी। स्टैनफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी ने सर्वे किया था एक बार, उनके 10,000 से ज्यादा पास आउट्स पे, जो कि बड़े सक्सेसफुल लोग थे, उनसे पूछा था कि आपका ये टेक्निकल नॉलेज कितना काम आया और लाइफ स्किल्स कितना काम आई। तो यू विल बी सरप्राइज कि 87.5% वेटेज वाज गिवन टू लाइफ स्किल्स। हम कैसे सोचते हैं, हम कैसे बिहेव करते हैं, हम कैसे चीजों को परसीव करते हैं, हम अपने आप को कैसे एक्सप्रेस करते हैं, हम कितने अच्छे तरीके से सामने वालों को समझ पाते हैं, हम कितने अच्छे तरीके से सामने वालों को समझा पाते हैं, ये जो क्वालिटीज हैं, दीज कंट्रीब्यूट 87.5% टू योर सक्सेस। और टेक्निकल नॉलेज जो सब्जेक्ट नॉलेज है वो 12.5%। वो तो एक बार ले लिया वो ले लिया, पर उस नॉलेज को यूज कैसे करेंगे, लाइफ स्किल्स के थ्रू अपन यूज करते हैं, इसलिए दिस बिकम्स इम्पोर्टेंट। और इसीलिए आजकल इस सब्जेक्ट पे बहुत ज्यादा काम हो रहा है। 70% बुक्स वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड में इसी रिसर्चेज इसी सब्जेक्ट पे हो रही है, बुक पेपर्स इसी सब्जेक्ट पे पब्लिश हो रहे हैं, लाइफ स्किल्स पे, है ना। तो इसको आप बड़े ध्यान से समझ लेंगे। टिकलिश, टिकलिश इन द सेंस कि आपको एक बार इसका क्लू समझना है। मैं इसलिए वर्ड्स पे नहीं जा रहा, लैंग्वेज पे मत जाइए, क्या कहा जा रहा है उसको पकड़िए। मैं लिसनिंग स्किल्स में इसको लूंगा कि आपको सुनना क्या है, आपको सुनना है थॉट, आपको समझना है आइडिया, आपको समझना है फिलोसॉफी, व्हाट इज बीइंग सेड, हाउ इट इज सेड, इट इज इमटेरियल। लैंग्वेज कौन सी यूज की गई, इमटेरियल। वर्ड्स कौन से यूज किए गए, इमटेरियल। पर थॉट क्या है, जिस्ट क्या है, एसेंस क्या है, आपको वो चीज पकड़नी। और एक बार वो चीज पकड़ में आ गई तो थिंग्स विल बिकम इजी। इट इज जस्ट लाइक स्विमिंग। कोई पहली बार कोई स्विमिंग करने जाता है तो उसके नाक में पानी भराता है, उसको लगता है कि गए आज, लेकिन जब उसकी प्रैक्टिस हो जाती है तो देन स्विमिंग बिकम्स जॉय। तो आप क्या करेंगे, इसके बाद आप बड़े अलर्ट रहेंगे, आपके डिसीजंस करेक्ट होने लगेंगे, आपकी लाइफ एक पॉजिटिव ट्रैक पे जाएगी। इसलिए इसको बड़े ध्यान से सुन लें। और ना सिर्फ ये लेक्चर, almost everything, when you are listening, listen to it 100%, when you are reading, read it 100%, है ना। तो हम क्या करते हैं, हम लाइक्स और डिसलाइक्स पे जाते हैं, जबकि हमको जाना चाहिए राइट और रॉन्ग पे। अननोइंगली हम अपने दिल के हिसाब से काम करते हैं, दिमाग के हिसाब से काम नहीं करते, पहली चीज। अच्छा, बात करते करते किसी की टोन थोड़ी सी गड़बड़ हो गई, वो कितनी भी सही बात कह रहा है अब नहीं जमेगी, क्योंकि टोन का असर दिल पे होता है, हमारे इमोशंस हर्ट होते हैं, एंड देन वी स्टॉप लिसनिंग। तो टोन को आप अलग रख दीजिए, एटलीस्ट सुनते वक्त क्या कहा जा रहा है, अगर वो इंपॉर्टेंट है टेक इट, लेकिन बोलते वक्त आप टोन का ध्यान रखेंगे, क्योंकि वी आर लर्निंग स्किल्स, है ना। अच्छा, इसीलिए क्या होता है, हमको कोई तारीफ करता तो बड़ा अच्छा लगता है ना, क्योंकि हम उसको पसंद करते हैं। लेकिन हमको वहां दिल से नहीं, दिमाग से काम लेना है कि झूठी तारीफ तो नहीं कर रहा है। और इसीलिए लोग झूठी तारीफ सुन के बर्बाद होना तो पसंद करते हैं, लेकिन सच्चा क्रिटिसिज्म सुन के सुधरना पसंद नहीं करते। तो मैच्योरिटी क्या कहती है कि आपकी तारीफ में झूठ को देख लो, यार ये झूठी तो नहीं कर रहा है, और आपके क्रिटिसिज्म में सच को देख लो। अगर कोई आपको क्रिटिसाइज कर रहा है तो वी गेट हर्ट, वी स्टार्ट फाइटिंग विथ हिम और हर। पर अगर कोई क्रिटिसाइज कर रहा है तो हमको उसमें ये देखना है कि ये सच तो नहीं बोल रहा। अगर उसकी बात में कुछ सच्चाई है तो वी हैव टू चेंज अवर सेल्फ। तो क्रिटिसिज्म को आप किस वे में लेते हैं ये आपको इम्प्रूव करता है। अगर कोई क्रिटिसाइज कर रहा है तो आपसे कोई ना कोई रिलेशन तो है। मोस्टली वी स्टार्ट फाइटिंग विथ हिम और हर, वी गेट इमोशनल, जबकि हमें यह लॉजिकल होना चाहिए। हमें यह सुनना चाहिए कि क्रिटिसाइज तो कर रहा है बट वेदर ही और शी इज राइट और रॉन्ग। इफ ही और शी इज राइट देन एक्सेप्ट एंड इम्प्रूव। अगर रॉन्ग है तो अगेन डोंट फाइट एंड एक्सप्लेन। अगर उसने जो कहा है वो सच नहीं है तो एक्सप्लेन कि भाई आप जो कह रहे हो ये सच नहीं है, थिंग्स आर लाइक दैट। तो in spite of going to likes and dislikes, go towards right or wrong। और कोई तारीफ करता है तो अपना दिमाग खराब मत कीजिए, नहीं तो हमको एक हैबिट सी हो जाती है, एक बीमारी लग जाती है तारीफ सुनने की। 5 लोग करेंगे तो वी स्टार्ट फीलिंग एज इफ वी आर वेरी गुड, देन आवर इम्प्रूवमेंट प्रोसेस स्टॉप्स। क्योंकि जब हमको लग गया कि हम बहुत अच्छे हैं तो हम प्रोग्रेस करना बंद कर देते हैं। देखिए बाहर जो कुछ हो रहा है उसका असर हमारे अंदर जा रहा है, और अंदर जो जा रहा है दैट इज रादर मोर इम्पोर्टेंट, है ना। और इसी तरीके से जब हम कभी जीत जाते हैं तो हम कई बार ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट हो जाते हैं। ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट हो जाते हैं, नेक्स्ट स्टेज केयरलेस हो जाते हैं। फिर हम प्रैक्टिस बंद कर देते हैं, तो हमने एक हार की तैयारी कर ली अननोइंगली। हमारी जीत का इम्पैक्ट हम पे नेगेटिव हुआ और हमने हार की तैयारी कर ली। तो इसी तरीके से हम लाइफ को ट्विस्ट करके अंदर लेते हैं। बाहर जो कुछ हो रहा है उससे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट वो है कि उसका असर आपके माइंडसेट पे क्या हो रहा है, आपका माइंडसेट बन रहा है या बिगड़ रहा है। क्योंकि बाहर का काम तो टेम्पोररी है, अंदर काम परमानेंट हो रहा है। अब इसमें एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग एग्जांपल लेता हूं मैं, तो आप क्योंकि ज्यादा थ्योरी, देखो ये है ह्यूमन साइकोलॉजी। हम अगर मोबाइल भी लेते हैं तो उसके फीचर्स देखते हैं पहले कि इसको कैसे यूज करना है। मैक्सिमम ऑप्टिमम यूज हम जब कर पाते हैं जब हम उसके फीचर्स को पूरा स्टडी कर लें। तो ये हमारी बॉडी भी एक इंस्ट्रूमेंट है जिसका हमें लाइफ लॉन्ग यूज करना है। हमने भी ढंग से इसके फीचर्स नहीं देखे। अगर हम हमारे ब्रेन की फैकल्टी को प्रॉपर यूज करने लग जाएंगे तो हमारी लाइफ बहुत इजी हो जाएगी और सक्सेसफुल हो जाएगी। तो आपको थोड़ी कोशिश ये करना पड़ेगी कि मेरी बातों को अंदर से जाके एग्जामिन करना है कि हाउ इट इज हैपनिंग एंड व्हाई इट इज इंपॉर्टेंट। इट इज रियली इंपॉर्टेंट। आप अगर आज समझ लेंगे तो कभी भी काम आ जाएगा। जरूरी नहीं कि आज काम आए या कल काम आए, कभी भी आ सकता है। जैसे आपने बचपन में लैंग्वेज सीखी ABCD क ख ग घ ङ, उस समय आपको ये नहीं पता था कि हम एक लैंग्वेज सीख रहे हैं एंड वी विल कम्युनिकेट थ्रू इट एंटायर लाइफ। एक आप इतनी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज सीख रहे थे पर आपको पता नहीं था। आप सिर्फ सीखते रहते हैं कि टीचर पढ़ा रही है, पेरेंट्स ने पढ़ने के लिए भेजा है, so let us learn, we have to pass the exam। No, you are communicating today because of that only। जो आपने लैंग्वेज सीखी है उसी लिए कम्युनिकेट कर पा रहे हैं। तो ये लाइफ स्किल्स है, ये आपको एक एक रूल इसका लाइफ चेंजर है, गेम चेंजर है। ये आपको पता पड़ेगा जब आप इसको समझ के अप्लाई करेंगे। तो प्लीज टेक इट इन द स्पिरिट। मैं आपको एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग एग्जांपल देता हूं, समझ में आ जाएगा कि बाहर का असर हमारे अंदर कैसे हो रहा है। देखिए मान लीजिएगा एक गर्ल्स कॉलेज है, उस गर्ल्स कॉलेज में 1000 स्टूडेंट्स हैं और उन्होंने एक कंपटीशन किया, ब्यूटी कॉन्टेस्ट। उसमें 50 गर्ल्स ने पार्टिसिपेट किया, 50 आउट ऑफ 2000 गर्ल्स ने पार्टिसिपेट किया। और आजकल ब्यूटी विथ ब्रेन देखते हैं, तो मान लीजिएगा मिस ब्यूटीफुल बनी उषा। नाम मैंने ऐसा रखा है कि नहीं हो तो अच्छा रहेगा। तो मिस ब्यूटीफुल और निशा बन गई मिस इंटेलिजेंट फॉर द इवनिंग। कॉलेज में 2000 स्टूडेंट से 50 ने पार्टिसिपेट किया। उषा डिक्लेयर्ड मिस ब्यूटीफुल एंड निशा डिक्लेयर्ड मिस इंटेलिजेंट, क्योंकि उसने सवालों के जवाब अच्छे दिए, ये भी मायने रखता है। आपको याद होगा कि एक बार मिस इंडिया के कॉन्टेस्ट में उन्होंने पूछा कि आपका सोर्स ऑफ इंस्पिरेशन या आपका कौन है, लिविंग लीजेंड का नाम बताइए। तो उसने मदर टेरेसा बोल दिया। मदर टेरेसा वाज डेड बाय दैट टाइम। उसके पॉइंट्स कट गए, वो फर्स्ट आते आते थर्ड आ गई, है ना। तो वो एक आंसर गलत दिया। तो ब्यूटी विथ ब्रेन देखते हैं। तो उषा वाज कंसिडर्ड मिस ब्यूटीफुल ऑफ द इवनिंग एंड निशा वाज मिस इंटेलिजेंट, है ना। अब देखिए बाहर एक इवेंट हुआ, उसका अंदर माइंड सेट पे क्या जाता है। है तो उसको जो मिला है प्राइज मिस ब्यूटीफुल का, तो वो जो ट्रॉफी मिली है वो तो घर पे ड्राइंग रूम में सजेगी रहेगी, बाद में धूली साफ करना पड़ेगी उस पे। जो सर्टिफिकेट मिला है वो फाइल में दबा रहेगा, कभी कभी निकलेगा बाहर। जो कैश प्राइज मिला है वो भी खर्च हो जाएगा। लेकिन अगर उसका माइंड सेट बिगड़ गया तो वो अब उसको नुकसान देगा रोज। मान लो वो एरोगेंट हो गई, उसने परसीव क्या किया उस इवेंट से उसने ये किया कि आई एम वेरी ब्यूटीफुल, और उससे अगर उसने एरोगेंसी ले ली, उसका थॉट ये नेगेटिव उसने परसीव कर लिया, तो उसके अब फीलिंग में एरोगेंसी आ जाएगी। उसने उसका नेगेटिव एस्पेक्ट पकड़ लिया एंड शी बिकेम एरोगेंट। तो मैंने आपको कहा था इवेंट को आप कैसे परसीव करते हैं, उससे आपका थॉट क्रिएट होता है और अकॉर्डिंगली आपके इमोशंस क्रिएट होती हैं। तो उसने उसमें से निकाल लिया, अब वो उसका एरोगेंसी उसके बिहेवियर में आ गई। अब वो बिहेवियर में जब एरोगेंसी आ गई तो वह एक्शन में भी आएगी। एक्शन में आएगी तो उसके लोगों से टर्म्स खराब होंगे, उसके काम धीरे धीरे बिगड़ने लगेंगे। उसको पता नहीं है कि ये बीमारी कब से लगी उसको। ये बीमारी उसी दिन से लगी थी कि जब उसकी जो सक्सेस थी वो एरोगेंसी में कन्वर्ट हो गई। अच्छा, वो सक्सेस तो एक दिन की थी, लेकिन ये एरोगेंसी थोड़ा सा लॉन्ग टर्म टिकेगी उसकी लाइफ में, और उसको पता भी नहीं पड़ेगा कि उसका नुकसान क्यों हो रहा है, उसका फ्रेंड सर्कल कम क्यों हो रहा है, उसके फ्रेंड्स ने उसको डिसलाइक क्यों करना शुरू कर दिया, क्योंकि वो एरोगेंसी किसी को पसंद नहीं आएगी, तो लोग उससे दूर हो जाएंगे। तो जब लोग दूर होते हैं तो हमको कोऑपरेशन नहीं मिलता है एंड वी बिकम लोनली, हम कोई बड़ा काम नहीं कर सकते। अब एक जरा सा फायदा हुआ था, उसको हमने इतने बड़े नुकसान में कन्वर्ट कर लिया। सेम थिंग कैन हैपन विथ निशा आल्सो, कि भाई मैं तो बहुत इंटेलिजेंट हूं, और जब व्यक्ति ये समझ लेता है कि मैं बहुत इंटेलिजेंट हूं तो उसकी प्रोग्रेस रुक जाती है, क्योंकि अंदर एक मैसेज जाता है कि मैं बहुत समझदार हूं, इसका मतलब अब मुझे इंप्रूव करने की जरूरत नहीं है, जबकि ऐसा है नहीं, है ना। तो दोनों केस में दोनों के साथ एक एक पॉजिटिव हुआ था, मिस ब्यूटीफुल, मिस इंटेलिजेंट, पर उनके माइंड सेट में नेगेटिव चला गया। थिंग्स कैन मेक यू और ब्रेक यू। अच्छा, पॉजिटिव का भी अंदर नेगेटिव चला गया, नेगेटिव का भी नेगेटिव जा सकता है। जैसे उषा ने आंसर ठीक नहीं दिया तो उसको लगेगा यार आई एम नॉट इंटेलिजेंट, तो बाहर कुछ गलत हुआ, अंदर उसने नेगेटिव ले लिया। और निशा ने ये मान लिया कि मैं ब्यूटीफुल नहीं हूं, क्योंकि वो मिस ब्यूटीफुल तो उषा डिक्लेयर हो गई। तो अब आप देखिए बाहर के पॉजिटिव का भी अंदर नेगेटिव इंपैक्ट हो गया और बाहर के नेगेटिव का भी अंदर नेगेटिव हो गया। दोनों केस में नेगेटिव पॉसिबल है। अच्छा, ये सिर्फ ना सिर्फ एक रात के लिए ये माइंडसेट बिगड़ा तो फिर बिगड़ा, ये लंबे समय के लिए बिगड़ गया। तो पहली चीज तो पॉजिटिव का नेगेटिव कर लिया, दूसरी चीज एक दिन की बात को कई साल तक खींच लिया, तीसरी एक छोटी सी सक्सेस थी उसको मल्टीप्लाई कर दिया, इनटू 1000 कर दिया, क्योंकि अब 50 लड़कियों ने तो पार्टिसिपेट किया था ना, बाकी तो 2000 है, उसमें कोई हमसे आगे भी होगी पीछे भी, चलो 2000 छोड़ दो, तो पूरे एमपी में तो 2 लाख हैं, पूरे इंडिया में तो 50 लाख हैं गर्ल्स हमारी एज की। तो अगर हमने ये 2000 में टॉप कर भी लिया है, अचीवमेंट तो है, पर इतना बड़ा नहीं कि हमारा दिमाग सड़ा दे। आर यू विथ मी ऑल ऑफ यू?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
है ना? तो अननोइंगली, इसको ध्यान से सुनिए, अननोइंगली हम क्या करते हैं, हमारा दिमाग सड़ा लेते हैं। इसलिए कहते हैं कि वो जीत जो हमारा दिमाग सड़ा दे, उससे तो वो हार बेहतर है जो हमको इम्प्रूव करने के लिए इंस्पायर करती है ना? तो कई बार जीत से हम ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट होते हैं, केयरलेस हो जाते हैं, पर बाद में हारने लगते हैं। कई बार हारने के बाद हम एनालाइज करते हैं, इम्प्रूव करते हैं और फिर जीतने लग जाते हैं। तो हम, ये हमारे ऊपर है हम किस रास्ते को अख्तियार करते हैं। अब इस चीज को अपन लॉजिकली एनालाइज करते हैं। लॉजिकली एनालाइज ये करते हैं कि उषा को जब लगा कि मैं ब्यूटीफुल हूं, तो उसको थैंकफुल हो जाना चाहिए, थैंक गॉड। इसलिए अब अक्सर लोग बोलते हैं थैंक गॉड। ये खाली मुंह से नहीं बोलना है, ये फील करना है कि थैंक्स टू ऑलमाइटी गॉड, थैंक्स टू माय पेरेंट्स, कि मेरे लुक्स बहुत अच्छे हैं एटलीस्ट। तो रादर देन बिकमिंग एरोगेंट, वी शुड बिकम ग्रेटफुल। तो ग्रेटफुल से अपना बिहेवियर भी अच्छा होगा, खराब नहीं होगा। तो बाहर पॉजिटिव, अंदर पॉजिटिव। अच्छा, नेगेटिव भी हुआ, मैंने मान लो आंसर ठीक नहीं दिया, तो मुझे एक चीज सोचना है कि मैंने क्या गलती करी। मैंने गलती ये करी कि मैंने क्वेश्चन को ठीक से सुना नहीं। उन्होंने कहा था लिविंग लीजेंड, तो मैंने लिविंग को सुना नहीं, क्योंकि मेरा माइंड कहीं भटक गया था। तो आगे से मैं क्या करूंगी, ठीक है वो जो होना था हो गया, एक बार मिस्टेक हो गई, अब अगली बार मुझे जब भी मौका आएगा, एटलीस्ट आई विल लिसन टू द क्वेश्चन वेरी केयरफुली एंड देन आंसर। पॉज फॉर ए मिनट एंड देन आंसर। जो ट्रैफिक लाइट होता ना, ग्रीन, येलो और रेड, तो उसमें येलो भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि मेरे साइड में अभी रेड है, मैंने गाड़ी रोकी हुई है, और अगर एकदम ग्रीन हो जाएगी तो मैं चल दूंगा। तो मेरी रेड से ग्रीन हुई, मैंने गाड़ी स्टार्ट करके चला दी। साइड से जो आ रहा है उसका ग्रीन था और उसका अचानक रेड हो गया, लेकिन वो भी पुश कर गया थोड़ा, क्योंकि वो स्पीड में आ रहा था, तो हम दोनों का कोलिजन हो जाता है। इसीलिए उसमें एक येलो लाइट दी है कि मेरी रेड है, उसके बाद येलो होगी, उस बीच में साइड वाला निकल जाएगा, अब फिर मैं ग्रीन में स्टार्ट करूंगा। तो येलो लाइट सेव्स द एक्सीडेंट्स। तो ये जो पॉज है बीच में, तो आपसे किसी ने कोई सवाल किया तो एक पॉज लीजिए। अगर आपका टाइम लिमिट है 30 सेकेंड्स, 1 मिनट, थोड़ा टाइम ज्यादा है 10 मिनट्स, कोई टिकलिश सवाल है, आपके पास टाइम बहुत ज्यादा है 1 डे, आपको जितना टाइम अवेलेबल है, एंड देन रिस्पॉन्ड वेल, नेवर रिएक्ट। कि कई बार तो लोग क्या करते हैं, सामने वाले ने सवाल पूछा और उसका क्वेश्चन एंड ही नहीं हुआ, एंड दे स्टार्ट आंसरिंग या दे आंसर इट। सो दैट इज रिएक्शन। रिएक्शन मतलब आप कोई प्री ऑक्यूपाइड थॉट लेके आए हैं और जैसे मौका मिला आपने कट उसी को प्रोड्यूस कर दिया। तो रिएक्शन मतलब स्पॉन्टेनियस एंड इट मे गो रॉन्ग। तो अगर हम उसको एनालाइज करें, अगर वो उषा एनालाइज कर लेती कि भैया हैंस फोर्थ मैं ध्यान से सुनूंगी और प्रॉपरली रिस्पॉन्ड करूंगी, ऐसा रिएक्ट नहीं करूंगी, तो उसने लेसन ले लिया। अच्छा, किसी भी दुख से पार पाने का तरीका यही है कि उससे लेसन ले लो, आप उससे सबक ले लो। आपसे कोई गलती हुई, आपका उस समय चलो आपको अनसक्सेस भी मिली, उस समय आप हर्ट भी हुए, चलो चलता है, लेकिन उस हर्ट को लेके बार बार हर्ट होते रहने से क्या सेंस है ना। खेलते खेलते आपका फ्रैक्चर भी हो गया तो अपन प्लास्टर व्लास्टर करके हड्डी ठीक कर लेते हैं, फिर काम करने लगते हैं। अपन उसको ब्रोकन थोड़ी रखते हैं कि भाई रहने दो, अब एक बार टूट गया। तो ऐसा इमोशनली हर्ट हो गया तो उस हर्ट को कैरी फॉरवर्ड करने का कोई मतलब नहीं है। वी हैव टू ट्राई एंड रिपेयर इट, वी हैव टू, कहते हैं ना, फॉरगिव एंड फॉरगेट। आप जब तक फॉरगेट नहीं करेंगे आगे नहीं बढ़ पाएंगे, लेकिन जब तक फॉरगिव नहीं करेंगे फॉरगेट भी नहीं कर पाएंगे। किसी चीज को भूलना चाहते हैं तो उसको भूल नहीं पाते अपन, इस सबको साइकोलॉजिकल प्रॉब्लम आती है। जिस चीज को जितना ज्यादा भूलने की कोशिश करते हैं वो उतनी ज्यादा याद आती है। वो इसलिए कि हमारी भूलने की कोशिश ही याद रखने का कारण बन जाती है। और हम एक चुटकुले पे 2 बार नहीं हंसते, लेकिन एक दुख पे बार बार दुखी होते रहते हैं। तो उस दुख को खत्म करने का सिर्फ एक तरीका है कि लर्न द लेसन। उस समय जब आपको दुख हुआ, आज अपन जब उसको याद करते हैं तो आज दुखी ना हो, आज उसको लॉजिकली एग्जामिन करें, क्योंकि वो तो पास्ट हो गया, जो नुकसान होना था वो भी हो गया हमको। आज उसको लॉजिकली एग्जामिन करें कि मेरा फॉल्ट कहाँ था। अक्सर लोग, हमको दूसरों में फॉल्ट दिख जाते, इसकी गलती उसकी गलती, स्टेप चला। आई एग्री कि 90-95% केस में द अदर पर्सन वाज एट फॉल्ट, चलो, लेकिन 1-2% मेरी गलती थी। मुझे बस उतना ही देख लेना है कि मुझे उस समय क्या करना चाहिए था और मैंने क्या कर दिया। एक बार आपने ढंग से ये लर्निंग वहां से निकाल ली तो आप देखना उस एपिसोड का दर्द भी खत्म हो जाएगा, क्योंकि आपने उससे लर्निंग ले ली। अब दैट एपिसोड हैज बिकम योर टीचर, योर गाइड, योर मेंटर। जिंदगी कभी सिखाना बंद नहीं करती, हम ही सीखना बंद कर देते हैं। तो अगर आपके साथ कुछ नेगेटिव हुआ है तो उस दुख को कैरी फॉरवर्ड करने के बजाय उससे जब आप कोई लर्निंग ले लेते हैं तो दुख अपने आप कम हो जाता है और एक्सपीरियंस में आपके एडिशन हो जाता है। आपका जो दिमाग थोड़ा सा इंप्रूव हो जाता है, बिकॉज यू हैव लर्नड ए लेसन फ्रॉम योर मिस्टेक। और यही तो, दूसरे की मिस्टेक से हम इतना थोड़ी सीखते हैं, क्योंकि उसकी मिस्टेक हमको हर्ट नहीं करती इतना, हम उसको इतना डीपली एनालाइज नहीं करते। हमारे साथ जो गुजरी उसको बहुत एनालाइज करते हैं, और इतना एनालाइज करते हैं कि डिप्रेशन में आ जाते हैं। मत करिए, सिर्फ इतना एनालाइज कीजिए कि उसमें अपना पार्ट देख लीजिए कि मैं क्या कर सकता था या मैं क्या कर सकती थी, बस दैट्स इट। इससे ज्यादा एनालिसिस आपको नहीं करना है। एंड यू विल बी सरप्राइज्ड कि जब आपने, देखो मैं आपको एग्जांपल देता हूं कि मैं आज से करीब करीब 30 साल पहले एक प्रोग्राम की एंकरिंग कर रहा था। मैं नेशनल प्लेयर रहा हूँ चेस का, तो वो चेस का टूर्नामेंट था एंड आई वाज द ऑर्गेनाइजर एंड एट दैट टाइम एंकर आल्सो। तो वीआईपी आए थे, मिनिस्टर वगैरह उस समय इनॉग्रेशन के लिए, तो मैंने एक स्पीच तैयार कर ली थी मेरी। सबको डर लगता है पब्लिक स्पीकिंग से, पब्लिक स्पीकिंग मेरा एक अलग मॉड्यूल है, वो आज का टॉपिक नहीं है। लेकिन कैसे तैयारी करना, अच्छा, वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है, पर सबको डर लगता है। मैंने लिख लिया प्रोग्राम, रट लिया और लिख लिया, और स्टेज पे मैं उसको पढ़ रहा हूं। अब वहां क्या हुआ कि सीक्वेंस मैंने लिखा था, तो उसमें मैंने बोल दिया स्टेज पे कि 10 बजे टॉस होगा, और मेरे पीछे घड़ी लगी थी जो मुझे नहीं ऑडियंस को दिख रही थी, बहुत बड़ी घड़ी रहती है स्टेज पे पीछे। उस समय उसमें टाइम हो रहा था 10:20 और मैं बोल रहा हूँ 10 बजे टॉस होगा, तो डेफिनेटली ऑडियंस हंसने लगी, सब लोग हंसने लगे। मुझे बड़ा आश्चर्य हो गया क्यों हंस रहे, क्या गलती हो गई, स्टेज पे भी लोग हंस रहे हैं। इंसल्टेड फील किया, इसीलिए हम डरते हैं स्टेज पे जाने में। लेकिन आप ये चीज ध्यान रखिए कि स्टेज पे जाने में डर सबको लगता है, लेकिन जब आपको मौका मिला और आप नहीं गए स्टेज पे तो ये डर बढ़ जाएगा। अब इस डर को दूर करने का कोई तरीका नहीं है ना। ब्रॉनी वेयर ऑस्ट्रेलिया की एक नर्स रही है, उन्होंने किताब लिखी है, करोड़ों कॉपीज बिकी उसकी। वो नर्स थी टर्मिनल डिजीज वार्ड की इंचार्ज। टर्मिनल डिजीज मतलब वो पेशेंट जो मरने ही वाले हैं, जिनकी बीमारी का कोई इलाज नहीं है, उस वार्ड की वो इंचार्ज थी। तो जितने पेशेंट को वो केयर करती थी, उन सब पेशेंट्स को पता था कि वो मरने वाले 1 महीने 2 महीने 3 महीने 6 महीने में मरने वाले हैं। उसको पता नहीं क्या सूझी, उनने उनसे पूछा कि आपको रिग्रेट क्या क्या है, सबसे बड़े क्या हैं। तो मोस्ट कॉमन रिग्रेट, द नंबर 1 जो टाइप 5 रिग्रेट्स, उसने बुक लिखी है, टाइप 5 रिग्रेट्स ऑफ डाइंग पेशेंट्स। मरने वाले व्यक्ति के दिमाग में सबसे बड़े रिग्रेट क्या है, तो उसमें नंबर 1 का रिग्रेट था कि अपॉर्चुनिटी विच आई डिड नॉट अवेल, वो मौके जो मैंने गवा दिए, क्यों, डर के मारे, क्या कहेंगे लोग, लोग हंसेंगे, इस डर से मैं स्टेज पे नहीं गया। 70% केस में मोस्टली लोग अपने आप को रोक देते हैं। अब तारीफ की बात यह कि कोई डरा नहीं रहा है, ये डर हमारे अंदर है, उस डर की वजह से हमने अपॉर्चुनिटी मिस कर दी। लेकिन अब उस डर को दूर करने का और कोई इलाज ही नहीं है, उस डर को दूर करने का सिर्फ एक ही इलाज था, अवेल करो। अवेल करो तो ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगा, कुछ गलतियां होंगी, कुछ अनसक्सेस मिलेगी, लेकिन आप एक कदम आगे बढ़ जाएंगे, है ना। हम सफलता के लिए जब चलते हैं तो भूल जाते हैं कि अनसक्सेस बीच में मिलती रहेगी हमको। तो ये गलतियां तो होना ही है, आज अवॉइड करेंगे कल होगी, कल अवॉइड करेंगे परसों होगी, 10 महीने बाद जाएंगे या 10 साल बाद भी जाएंगे, ये गलतियां फिर भी होंगी। जितना जल्दी जाए और जितनी जल्दी गलती करके उससे सीख लें, उतना आगे बढ़ जाएंगे। तो टॉप रिग्रेट में यही था कि अपॉर्चुनिटी विच वी मिस्ड वी डिड नॉट अवेल। क्यों, लोग क्या कहेंगे। लोग उस दिन हंसे, मुझे हर्ट हुआ। स्टेज पे किसी ने कहा भाई घड़ी देख ले 10:20 हो रहा है, 10 बजे कैसे टॉस होगा। मैंने कहा सॉरी, गलती हो गई मुझसे, मैं थोड़ा सा लिख के लाया था और मैंने पढ़ दिया, मुझे नहीं मालूम कि प्रोग्राम। एनीवे, एक आधे मिनट के अंदर मैंने अपना सिचुएशन देके कंटिन्यू कर लिया, है ना। कोई बड़ा ज्यादा हार्म नहीं किया किसी ने मुझको, बस थोड़ा सा हंसे। लेकिन उसके बाद मेरे 10-20 हजार सेशंस हुए हैं, आज तक मेरे से वो गलती दोबारा नहीं हुई। ये अभी भी घड़ी मेरे पास है, जबकि एक घड़ी सामने है। उसके बाद हमेशा मेरे हाथ में घड़ी रही, टीवी टाइम से मिली रही, और मेरी नजर बराबर घड़ी पे थी, कब मैं क्या बोल रहा हूं, टाइम का कैलिब्रेट करते हुए, आगे पीछे करते हुए। तो वो जो लेसन, वो गलती हुई एक बार, पर उसको मैंने 10,000 बार फायदा उठाया उससे। तो गलती करना कोई पाप नहीं है, लेकिन गलती से लेसन नहीं निकालना जरूर पाप है ना। तो अगर आप एक गलती दोबारा करते हैं तो ये गलत है। पर गलती के डर से अगर आप काम नहीं करते तो वो एक बड़ी गलती हो जाती है, आप हमेशा अंडर डेवलप्ड रह जाते हैं। तो अब वो मैं कभी उस चीज को देखता हूं तो मुझे लगता है कि अगर उस समय लोग हंसे नहीं होते तो मुझे मेरी गलती पता नहीं पड़ती, मेरी गलती पता नहीं पड़ती तो करेक्शन नहीं होता, वो गलती कभी ना कभी तो मैं करता ही। तो अगर आपकी कभी कोई चीज ने आपको हर्ट किया है तो आपकी नासमझी कहाँ थी उसमें बस वो देख लें कि हमसे गलती कहाँ हुई, क्या चीज हमें पता नहीं थी, आज पता कर लें, आपका हर्ट कम हो जाएगा। दिस इज द बेस्ट वे टू गेट रिड ऑफ पास्ट रिग्रेट्स, वो ये हमें करना चाहिए। आर यू विथ मी ऑल ऑफ यू?
यस सर।
है ना? तो अब हमारा एक है लॉजिकल माइंड, माइंड वही है बट व्हेन इट वर्क्स लॉजिकली वी कॉल इट बुद्धि, व्हेन इट वर्क्स इमोशनली वी कॉल इट मन, या शायर लोग इसको दिल कहते हैं। तो आप ये ध्यान दीजिए कि आपकी सारी जिंदगी बस दिल और दिमाग के बीच में ही गुजरती है लाइफ। इमोशनल होना काम मन का है, जिसको शायर लोग बोलते हैं दिल, पर वो है हमारा माइंड ही, इमोशनल माइंड। इमोशनल माइंड को बोलते हैं मन, शायर लोगों ने उसको दिल बोल दिया क्योंकि समझना थोड़ा सा आसान है। तो जब भी आपको असफलता मिलती है, जब भी आपको डिफीट मिलती है, जब भी कोई चीज आपको हर्ट करती है, तो उसको दिल पे मत लो, उसको दिमाग से एनालाइज करो, कहाँ गलती हुई। अगर आपको पता पड़ जाएगा मेरी गलती क्या हुई तो वो पॉजिटिव हो गया। अब अकॉर्डिंगली आपके फीलिंग पॉजिटिव हो जाएंगे, अकॉर्डिंगली आपका बिहेवियर इंप्रूव हो जाएगा, अकॉर्डिंगली आपके एक्शन इंप्रूव हो जाएंगे। वो मैंने जो पहले वाला सर्कल बता दिया। तो मैं उम्मीद करता हूं, क्योंकि दूसरे भी कुछ चीजें अपनों को डिस्कस करनी है, तो मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आप वो ट्विस्ट समझ गए होंगे कि इवेंट को हमने जो परसीव किया, देयर लाइज द ट्विस्ट। हम चाहे तो हमारे माइंडसेट को बिगड़ने ना दें, हम चाहे तो माइंडसेट को हमेशा बनाएं। सिचुएशन चाहे कुछ भी हो, चाहे हार मिले या जीत मिले, तारीफ मिले या क्रिटिसिज्म मिले, हमारा माइंडसेट हम पॉजिटिव रख सकते हैं। ये आप इसको जितना जल्दी और जितना गहराई से एक्सेप्ट कर लेंगे उतना थिंग्स विल बिकम इजी। अच्छा, जब हम एक और इंपॉर्टेंट मॉड्यूल में भी मैं इसको इमोशनल इंटेलिजेंस को ले लेता हूं। एक हमारा, हम गलती क्या करते हैं कि हम पास्ट और फ्यूचर में चले जाते हैं मेंटली, है ना, जबकि लाइफ इज लिव्ड इन प्रेजेंट। ये फॉर्मूला बड़ी टिकलिश है, इतनी आसानी से समझ में नहीं आता, लेकिन एक बार आ गया तो काम हो जाता है। जैसे एक बैट्समैन क्रीज पे जब जाता है, उसकी दिमाग में बहुत सारी प्लानिंग रहती है कि पहले बॉल कैसे खेलूंगा, पहले 10 बॉल कैसे खेलूंगा, पहले 10 रन कैसे बनाऊंगा, 0 पे आउट नहीं होना है, 10-20 रन को बहुत कॉशियसली खेलना है, उसके बाद में एक रेस्पेक्टेबल टोटल अटेंड करना है, उसके बाद में थोड़े फ्री हैंड शॉट्स मारना है ना, उसके बाद में वो फिर केयरफुल होता है, शतक की तरफ जाता है, इतनी प्लानिंग लेके चलता है। कुछ टीम की प्लानिंग रहती है कि भाई इतने विकेट आउट हो गए हैं, इतने विकेट बचे हैं, इतने ओवर फिनिश हो गए, इतने ओवर बाकी हैं, ये बॉलर के ओवर कितने बाकी हैं, फास्ट बॉलर के कितने बाकी है, स्पिनर के कितने बाकी हैं, हमारे जो प्लेयर आने वाले हैं उसमें कौन स्पिन को अच्छा खेलता है, कौन फास्ट को अच्छा खेलता है, कितने सारे पैरामीटर्स लेके वो उतरता है, लेकिन खेलता एक एक गेंद ही है ना। इसी तरीके से हम लाइफ को सिर्फ टुडे में ही जीते हैं। यस्टरडे इज पास्ट, टुमारो इज फ्यूचर, लाइफ इज ओनली टुडे। कभी भी किसी बैट्समैन को 2 गेंदें एक साथ नहीं मिली खेलने को, उसने 100 गेंद में 100 रन बनाए जरूर हैं, लेकिन खेला वो एक एक गेंद है। पहली गेंद 0, दूसरी गेंद 0, तीसरी गेंद 1, फिर 1, फिर 4, फिर 1, फिर 0, फिर 2, एक एक गेंद खेली है। जब तेंदुलकर 12 साल की उम्र में आचरेकर के पास गया था, आचरेकर ने इसको सिलेक्ट कर लिया, बाद में महान प्लेयर बने, तो आचरेकर से पूछा कि आपने उस 12 साल के लड़के में क्या देखा। तब उन्होंने कहा कि जब ये बैटिंग कर रहा था मैंने देखा कि वो एक गेंद जब आ रही थी, इस लड़के का फोकस गेंद पे। अब दुनिया में कुछ भी हो रहा है, वो रशिया यूक्रेन लड़ रहा है, वो सब अपनी जगह ठीक है, पर इस बच्चे का फोकस उस गेंद पे, एज इफ देयर इज नथिंग एल्स इन द वर्ल्ड एक्सेप्ट द कमिंग बॉल। उसके बाद में वो बॉल की ट्रेजेक्टरी को इतना माइन्यूटली ऑब्जर्व किया कि कहाँ टप्पा खा रही है, कितना उछल रही है, कितना स्विंग ले रही है, रीच के बाहर है तो छोड़ दो, फिशिंग मत करो, और अगर रीच के अंदर है तो सही टाइम पे आप अपनी पूरी शक्ति से स्ट्रोक खेलिए, है ना। तो पहली चीज फोकस, उसका बेहतरीन। दूसरी चीज टाइमिंग, सही टाइम पे हिट करना। थोड़ा लेट हिट करेगा तो बोल्ड हो जाएगा, बॉल ही निकल जाएगी। थोड़ा जल्दी हिट कर देगा तो कैच उछल जाएगा। सही टाइम पे हिट करेगा, शॉट अच्छा जाएगा। तो टाइमिंग। और तीसरा पूरी ताकत शॉट में लगाना। 12 साल के लड़के में जितनी ताकत है उतनी लगाई उसने। यही हमें लाइफ में करना चाहिए कि वी हैव टू गिव अवर बेस्ट, वी डोंट हैव टू बिकम द बेस्ट। हम पूरी जिंदगी परेशान होते रहते हैं, ट्राई टू बिकम बेस्ट। कोई बेस्ट नहीं है। ये जो उषा और निशा भी बेस्ट नहीं है। कॉलेज में है, जीत गए तो क्या हुआ, एमपी में क्या पोजीशन है, इंडिया में क्या पोजीशन है, वर्ल्ड में क्या पोजीशन है, अगले साल पोजीशन चेंज हो जाएगी। तो बेस्ट के लिए जाना तो एक प्रोसेस है लंबी, कोई हुआ नहीं है, लेकिन अपना बेस्ट यू कैन परफॉर्म डेली। अपना बेस्ट आप हर एक्ट में दे सकते हैं, हर बॉल में अपना बेस्ट दे सकते हैं। तो जितना अच्छा वो एक बॉल को खेल रहा है, वही डिसाइड करेगा कि वो पूरी इनिंग को कैसा खेलने वाला है, और वही डिसाइड करेगा कि आप हर इनिंग को कैसा खेलने वाले हैं। आप एक किताब पढ़ रहे हैं तो एक पेज को कितने कंसंट्रेशन से पढ़ते हैं, ये डिसाइड करेगा कि आप पूरी बुक को कितने कंसंट्रेशन से पढ़ेंगे, और ये डिसाइड करेगा कि आप हर बुक को कितने कंसंट्रेशन से पढ़ेंगे। अगर एक पन्ना मैं पढ़ रहा हूं, इतना मेरा फोकस होना चाहिए कि उस पन्ने में, उस पेज में जो लिखा है सब मैंने पढ़ लिया, अब कुछ नहीं बचा बाकी, तभी वो पेज पलटिए। डू योर बेस्ट इन वॉट एवर यू आर डूइंग। इसी तरीके से जितना बेस्ट आप टुडे को देते हैं, वही डिसाइड करेगा कि आप लाइफ के साथ क्या करने वाले हैं। क्योंकि लाइफ इज नथिंग बट समेशन ऑफ टुडे, टुडे प्लस टुडे प्लस टुडे प्लस टुडे। सारे टुडे को जोड़ लेंगे वही लाइफ है, सारी बॉलों को जोड़ लेंगे वही इनिंग है। तो पूरा क्रिकेटिंग कैरियर तेंदुलकर का डिफाइन होता है कि वो एक गेंद को खेलने में उसको कितना महारत हासिल है। इसके अलावा और क्या क्वालिटी है। एक गेंद को खेलने की उसकी क्वालिटी ने उसको महान क्रिकेटर बना दिया। क्रिकेट खेल खेल के ही भारत रत्न। बिस्मिल्लाह खान है शहनाई बजा बजा के भारत रत्न। मदर टेरेसा ने कुष्ठ रोगियों की सेवा कर करके नोबेल प्राइज। तो आपको कोई बड़ा काम करने के लिए बड़ा ऐसा कुछ करना नहीं है, सिर्फ छोटे छोटे कामों को लगातार एक डेफिनेट प्लान के साथ एक पर्टिकुलर डायरेक्शन में कंटिन्यूअसली करना है, बस दैट्स इट। एक पहले आप अपना गोल सेट करें, पहले एक ब्लूप्रिंट बनाएं और उसकी ओर एक एक कदम रोज बढ़ाते रहें। थोड़ा 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 काम उस पर्टिकुलर डायरेक्शन में डेली करेंगे, कंटिन्यूअसली करेंगे। इन द एंड वो बड़ा काम हो जाता है। पानी की एक बूंद है ना, बड़ी छोटी होती है, लेकिन लगातार जब पानी गिरता रहता है तो नदी में बाढ़ आ जाती है। तो छोटे छोटे काम लगातार किए जाएं एक ही डायरेक्शन में तो बड़ा काम हो जाता है। अदरवाइज बड़ा काम करने का कोई बड़ा तरीका नहीं है, कोई रॉकेट साइंस नहीं है। आप सिर्फ डिसाइड करें कि मुझे हिमालय चढ़ना है, चलेंगे एक एक कदम ही, लेकिन डायरेक्शन आपकी फिक्स होगी। जितना आज चल सकेंगे उतना आज चलेंगे, फिर एक कैंप गाड़ देंगे, चलेंगे एक एक कदम ही, लेकिन डायरेक्शन फिक्स है कि इस डायरेक्शन में हमें जाना है। डायरेक्शन चेंज करते रहेंगे, गोल तक कभी नहीं पहुंच पाएंगे। फर्स्ट टू हैव ए गोल, make a plan, then start taking small steps in the direction that will make a big work. So life is lived on daily basis. How you handle today decides how will you handle life. एक किताब को आप किताब जब पढ़ना तो ऐसे नहीं कि 15 दिन में किताब खत्म करनी मुझे, 20 दिन में किताब खत्म करनी है, फायदा कुछ नहीं है। आपको हर पेज को पकड़ना है और 100%। ये एग्जाम टाइम में करते हैं आप। एग्जाम टाइम में जब आप फोकस ज्यादा होता है तो चीजें जल्दी समझ में आ जाती हैं। वही किताब 1 महीने पहले समझ नहीं आ रही थी, लेकिन कल पेपर है, आज पढ़ते हैं तो समझ में इसलिए आती है कि वी फोकस, एंटायर अवर एनर्जी इज फोकस्ड। फालतू थॉट्स को निकाल के अपन ने फोकस किया तो ब्रेन आइंस्टीन की तरह वर्क करता है अपना। तो लाइफ इज लिव्ड इन टुडे एंड गिव योर 100% to whatever you are doing. Try to give your best. Don't waste time in becoming the best. You have to give the best. अब इसमें एक प्रॉब्लम क्या होती है कि जब हम इमोशनल हो जाते हैं तो हम पास्ट और हमारा जो बॉडी और माइंड जिसकी मैं आपको बात कर रहा हूं, सोच, दैट इज सॉफ्टवेयर, और हमारी बॉडी है हार्डवेयर। हमारी जो सोच है, हमारा जो माइंड है, उसकी एक बहुत बड़ी क्वालिटी है टाइम में और स्पेस में ट्रेवल करने की। टाइम में मतलब यस्टरडे, 1 महीने पहले, 2 महीने पहले, 10 साल पहले भी जा सकता है। 1 महीने बाद, 5 साल बाद, 10 साल बाद टाइम में ट्रेवल कर सकता है। बट टाइम इज एंडलेस, इसलिए भटक जाता है। और स्पेस में भी ट्रेवल कर सकता है। यहां बैठे बैठे बॉलीवुड, हॉलीवुड, डीबी मॉल, सेंचुरियन मॉल, अलग अलग जगह माइंड आपका जा सकता है, न्यू मार्केट जा सकता है। तो दूसरी गलती हमसे क्या होती है कि एक तो हमें प्रेजेंट में रहना चाहिए और दूसरा हमें जिस प्लेस पे है वहां पे हमारा माइंड रहना चाहिए। अगर हमारा माइंड वहां से कहीं और चला गया, टाइम जोन में या स्पेस में, तो लोग बोलते हैं ना एब्सेंट माइंड, मतलब आप जहां आपकी बॉडी है वहां आपका माइंड नहीं है, तो इसका मतलब आप कहीं नहीं है आप, क्योंकि जहां हार्डवेयर है वहां सॉफ्टवेयर नहीं है, जहां सॉफ्टवेयर है वहां हार्डवेयर नहीं है। मोबाइल में से सिम निकाल के मोबाइल अलग रख दिया, सिम अलग रख दिया। तो जहां हमारा बॉडी है, मान लो यह क्लासरूम में अभी अपन कुछ सीख और समझ रहे हैं, और हमारा माइंड चला गया डीबी मॉल, तो हमारा माइंड डीबी मॉल में बेकार है, क्योंकि वो वहां समोसा नहीं खा सकता, डोसा नहीं खा सकता, बॉडी तो यही है। और यहाँ क्लासरूम में जो कुछ हो रहा है ये भी समझ में नहीं आएगा, क्योंकि माइंड यहाँ नहीं है। तो हमारे आवाज जो जा रही है वो कानों से जा रही है, लोगों को लगता है हम सुन रहे हैं, पर वो सुनना बेकार है, क्योंकि जिस चीज को समझना है आपके माइंड को सुनना है, आपके माइंड को उन चीजों को समझना है, आपके माइंड को उन चीजों को मेमोराइज करना है, और वो माइंड फिलहाल मिसिंग है। आर यू गेटिंग मी?
Yes, sir.
एक ही स्टूडेंट की आवाज आ रही मुझे बार बार, तेंदुलकर ही सारे रन बनाएगा, बाकी लोग क्या 12th मैन है? ध्यान रखिए। एक्चुअली क्या होता है कि
Yes, sir. आपकी आवाज आ रही,
हाँ
सुन पा रही।
ये यस, जैसे जो क्रीज पे जो प्लेयर रहता है ना, उसको बॉल का हर मूवमेंट दिखता है जो बैटिंग करता है, लेकिन जो पेवेलियन में बैठ के देख रहा है मैच को, वो खाली एंजॉय करता है, पर वो कनेक्ट नहीं कर, उसको चीजें उतना समझ में नहीं आती, कि उसको एक गेंद एक पार्ट लगती है गेम का। तो जब आप इसमें इन्वॉल्व होंगे तो ही चीजें आपको समझ में आएंगी, और एक बार समझ में आ गई तो लाइफ इजी हो जाएगी। तो देखिए, जहां हमारी बॉडी है और हमारा माइंड वहां नहीं है, तो जो कुछ कहा जा रहा है वो हमारी समझ में नहीं आएगा। तो हमारा कोई वैल्यू एडिशन नहीं हुआ, कोई इनहेंस नहीं हुआ हमारा माइंड। तो बॉडी का तो हार्डवेयर तो फिर भी सबके वही 2 आंख, कान, नाक, हाथ, पैर सब है, लेकिन सोच में जमीन आसमान का अंतर है। तो सोच आपकी इनहेंस जब भी होगी कि जब आप बाहर से कोई चीज सुनेंगे, समझेंगे, एनालाइज करेंगे, तो हमको बाहर से चीजें सुनाई देती हैं, बाहर से एक तरीके का सा बीज डलता है, और माइंड हमारे एक तरीके से फर्टाइल लैंड है। तो जैसा बीज डलेगा और जिसको हम खाद पानी देंगे, जिस थॉट पे ज्यादा वर्क करेंगे, वो थॉट मैनिफेस्ट होता है। तो हमारे लिए बहुत जरूरी है कि हम जहां हैं हमारा माइंड भी वही रहे। तो हम थॉट्स को पकड़ पाएंगे, किसने क्या कहा है उसको हम पकड़ पाएंगे, और फिर हम उसको फिल्टर करेंगे, कौन सा थॉट कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है उसको रिवाइज करेंगे। खाद पानी देना मतलब उसको बार बार रेलिश करना। आपके दिमाग में 30,000 से लेके 60,000 थॉट्स डेली आते हैं, लेकिन इंपॉर्टेंट थॉट उसमें मिस हो जाएगा। उसको याद रखना है, हमें उसको जॉट डाउन करना है, एक पेपर पे लिख लेना है, ताकि वो परमानेंट हो जाए। वो 2 3 4 बार हम उसको जब देखते हैं तो हमारे अंदर परमानेंट होता है, और फिर हम उस पर वर्क करने लगते हैं। देखो, मैं आपको एक और रियल लाइफ एग्जांपल बताता हूं तो आप कनेक्ट कर पाएंगे चीजों को, क्योंकि थ्योरी थ्योरी कई बार जरा हार्ड हो जाती है। देखिए, ये है बात 91 की। उस समय मैं किराए के मकान में था और स्कूटर पे घूमता था। मैं बाय द वे एक ट्रक के पीछे फंस गया। उस जुलूस जा रहा था एक नेताजी का, वो जीत गए होंगे चुनाव तो जुलूस निकाल रहे थे और इतनी भीड़ थी कि मुझे जगह नहीं मिली, तो बाय चांस मैं करीब 15 मिनट तक उनके ट्रक के पीछे मुझे चलना पड़ा। और उस ट्रक में एक डायलॉग लिखा था कि मंजिलें तय करें, रास्ते खुद ब खुद मिल जाएंगे। मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा डायलॉग। मैंने उसको याद तो कर हो ही गया, छोटा सा ही था और 15 मिनट तक देखता रहा मैं। तो मंजिलें तय करे, रास्ते खुद ब खुद मिल जाएंगे। मुझे लगा कि यार ये अच्छा है, कभी स्पीच वगैरह देंगे, डायलॉग बोल देंगे तो लोग खुश हो जाएंगे। जैसे आजकल लोग करते हैं ना, व्हाट्सएप पे कोई अच्छा थॉट आया तो उसको भेज देते, कैरी फॉरवर्ड, दूसरों को भेज दिया, तीसरों को भेज दिया, खुद ने पढ़ा ही नहीं, खुद ने समझा ही नहीं कि वो कितना बड़ा टेबल टर्नर है। मैं आपको यही बता रहा हूं कि ये लाइनें नहीं है, ये थॉट्स जो है ना, ये सारे टेबल टर्नर हैं। आपकी लाइफ जब भी बदलेगी 1 मिनट में एक थॉट से ही बदलेगी, थोड़ी बदले या ज्यादा बदले। तो मैंने घर आके उसको एनालाइज किया। मैंने कहा आपको कि परसीव कैसे करते, एनालाइज किया। मैंने कहा यार ये बात तो सही है कि मंजिल तय करेंगे तो रास्ते मिलेंगे, और अगर मंजिल ही तय नहीं होगी तो रास्ता क्या ढूंढेंगे ही क्या अपन। भाई अगर फुटबॉल खेल रहे हैं दो टीम, ये गोल मार रही है, ये रोक रहा है, ये गोल मार रही है, रोक रहा है, बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग हो जाता है गेम। पर अगर किसी ने गोल पोस्ट हटा दिए तो अब गेम खत्म। अब ये बॉल लेके जाएगा भी तो मारेगा कहाँ गोल। तो अगर गोल नहीं है तो एमलेस लाइफ हो गई, फिर बॉल लेके कोई भी दौड़े कहीं भी जाए कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। तो जब तक आपकी लाइफ एमलेस चलती है आप कहीं पहुंचते नहीं है। और जब आप मंजिल तय करते हैं, पहले मंजिल तय कर लो फिर रास्ते मिलेंगे। अब आपको पूरी रात में यहां से मुंबई जाना है, 750 किलोमीटर है, आपकी कार की हेडलाइट में दिखता है सिर्फ आधा किलोमीटर तक, पर टेंशन नहीं होता क्योंकि हम और जाएंगे और आगे रास्ता मिलेगा, और जाएंगे और लाइट आगे, आधा किलोमीटर लाइट भी आगे चल रही है हमारे साथ में, हेडलाइट। हम पूरा 700-800 किलोमीटर चले जाते हैं पूरी रात में। सुबह होने का इंतजार नहीं करना, जरूरी नहीं है, कर सकते हो जर्नी आप। तो इसी तरीके से आप मंजिल तय करें, अभी रास्ता नहीं दिख रहा ना, लेकिन एक स्मार्ट गोल बनाए। स्मार्ट मतलब वो आपको पढ़ाया होगा मैनेजमेंट में, इट शुड बी स्पेसिफिक, मेजरेबल, अटेनेबल, रिलेवेंट और टाइम बाउंड। स्मार्ट, स्पेसिफिक होना चाहिए, मेजरेबल होना चाहिए, अटेनेबल होना चाहिए, रिलेवेंट होना चाहिए, टाइम बाउंड होना चाहिए। तो ठीक है, स्पेसिफिक था, मैंने एक गोल डिसाइड किया, मैं उसको ट्राई करते हैं, मैं मकान बनाऊंगा। स्पेसिफिक है, ठीक है, मेजरेबल भी है, ठीक है, 2 BHK बनाऊंगा या खरीदूंगा, ठीक है। अटेनेबल भी है कि भाई ठीक है, इंजीनियर हूं और उस समय तक मेरी 10-15 साल की सर्विस भी हो चुकी थी, तो मैंने कहा फिर तो बनाना भी चाहिए, तो अटेनेबल भी है, रिलीवेंट भी है, और टाइम बाउंड। मैंने अपने आप को 2 साल का टाइम दिया। अब क्या होता है कि गोल के साथ जब अपन जीते ना, तो मैंने कहा ना पहले गोल डिसाइड करो तो फिर ब्लूप्रिंट बन जाता है, योजना बना सकते हो आप, और फिर एक एक बॉल करके खेलोगे, एक एक दिन करके जियोगे। तो अब मैं फोकस कर रहा हूं, वो जो शाहरुख खान का डायलॉग है ना कि जब आप किसी चीज को शिद्दत से चाहो तो पूरी कायनात आपसे मिलाने की साजिश करती है। नहीं, कायनात नहीं कर रही, मैं कर रहा हूं। अब मैं अखबार भी खोल रहा हूं तो वही पेज देख रहा हूं, मैं किसी से बात भी कर रहा हूं तो वही कर रहा हूं, मैं फेयर लगेगा उसमें जाऊंगा, किसी ने मकान खरीदा उसके पास पहुंच जाऊंगा, कितने में लिया, किस बिल्डर से लिया, आपके क्या एक्सपीरियंस है। मैं बैंक जाऊंगा तो मैनेजर से मिलूंगा, कितना लोन मिल सकता है, कितना ब्याज आएगा, कितनी EMI आएगी। संडे को फ्री होऊंगा तो कोई मकान जाके देखूंगा। तो अब क्या है, साजिश नहीं, दुनिया तो अपने हिसाब से चल रही है। एक्चुअली हम वही चीज, अपना टारगेट ही देख रहे हैं सब जगह, हम अपने गोल को कैसे अचीव करना, हम उसी फिक्र में लगे हुए हैं। तो अब ये कायनात नहीं, हमें चीज ही वही दिख रही है। हम जब अखबार खोलेंगे तो हमें वो फालतू के कॉलम जिनमें पहले इंटरेस्ट आता था अब नहीं आ रहा है, अब प्रॉपर्टीज में इंटरेस्ट आ रहा है। और वाकई मेरा 2 साल में मकान हो गया, क्योंकि फोकस हुआ, सेविंग्स बढ़ी, चीजें देखने में आई, है ना, सब घर वाले भी ट्यून अप हो गए, तो धीरे धीरे फिर रास्ते खुलने लगते हैं। तब मैंने जब 2 साल में मकान खरीद लिया जिसमें मैं आज बैठा हूं, तब मुझे लगा कि नहीं यार, तो कितना बड़ा टेबल टर्नर था वो। तो ये जो सारे थॉट्स हैं, ये जो मैं आपको बता रहा हूं, लिविंग इन प्रेजेंट, गिविंग योर 100%, लिसनिंग टू थिंग्स माइंडफुली, क्योंकि जब सामने वाला कोई कह रहा है तो पहली चीज तो आप प्रेजेंट में रहिए, है ना। दूसरी चीज, आपके माइंड को यहां वहां मत जाने दीजिए। माइंड आपसे पूछ के नहीं जाता तो वापस बुला लीजिए, कम से कम बुला सकते हैं आप। और तीसरी चीज, क्या कहा जा रहा है उसका थीम पकड़िए, ये बहुत बड़ी की है। अक्सर हम क्या करते हैं, यहां बैठे हैं, टीवी माल तो छोड़ो, 1 साल पहले क्या हुआ था, उतने पहले क्या हुआ था, तो जितना हम पहले जाके सोचते हैं ना, हमको हाथ में रिग्रेट आता है ना। वो रिग्रेट इसलिए आता है कि जब हमने 10 साल की उम्र में कोई डिसीजन लिया था, गलत था, जब 20 साल के हो गए तो हमें लगा कि यार वो डिसीजन गलत था, बच्चे थे उस समय। लेकिन जब 30 में जाएंगे तो जो 20 साल की उम्र में जो डिसीजन लिया है वो भी गलत दिखेगा आपको, कि यार 20 साल में तो दुनिया तो देखी नहीं थी, सिर्फ कॉलेज की पढ़ाई मालूम थी, अब 4-5 साल का एक्सपीरियंस हो गया, अब सही लग रहा है कि यार ये उस समय गलत कर लिया, ये सही है। लेकिन जब आप 40 के हो जाएंगे ना, तो 30 के डिसीजंस गलत दिखने लगेंगे आपको, क्योंकि ये जो 10 साल का जो गैप है ना, इसमें भी आपका वैल्यू एडिशन हुआ है। तो जब आप पास्ट में ज्यादा जाते हैं तो आपको सारे डिसीजंस गलत दिखते हैं, तो बिना काम से रिग्रेट में आ जाते हैं आप। और जो लाइफ इज टू बी लिव्ड इन टुडे कहा था, तो टुडे में 24 घंटे में आपके 8 घंटे तो सोने में ही निकल जाते हैं, नहाने धोने में निकल जाते हैं, थोड़ा टाइम अपने आप को तैयार करने में ले दे के 8-10 घंटे आपको मिलते हैं वर्किंग आवर्स पर डे। उसमें 4 घंटे, हाँ सर, ये मैं अभी दूसरा वाला स्लाइड बता रहा हूं इनको, जिसमें पास्ट और प्रेजेंट का दिया हुआ है। ये कम्युनिकेशन स्किल मैं जल्दी से कवर कर दूंगा 5 मिनट में। तो जब हम पास्ट में ज्यादा जाते हैं तो आप इतना ध्यान रखिए कि इमोशनली ना जाएं। इमोशनली जाएंगे तो सारे डिसीजंस आपको रॉन्ग लगेंगे और आप पास्ट से रिग्रेट, पछतावा, दुख, दर्द ले आएंगे। पास्ट में जब भी जाएं आप थोड़े समय के लिए जाएं बस, और लेसन्स लाएं, बिना काम से नहीं, वो लेसन जिसकी आज आपको जरूरत है। आज आपके सामने कोई सिचुएशन आई, अब आपको पास्ट में उतना ही जाना है कि आज की सिचुएशन से कनेक्टेड मेरा पास्ट एक्सपीरियंस क्या है, ऐसी सिचुएशन पहले कब कब आई थी, है ना, उससे मैंने क्या सीखा। एक तो आप पास्ट में 4 घंटे नहीं जाइए, क्योंकि आपको 8 घंटे 10 घंटे आज मिले हैं। 4 घंटे अगर पास्ट में इमोशनली घूमते रहे, आपका टाइम वेस्ट हुआ, एनर्जी वेस्ट इसलिए हुई कि आप रिग्रेट में चले गए तो थक लग गए, है ना। एक ओवर में 6 बॉल थी, 6 वेस्ट कर दिया आपने, एक आध वेस्ट करते तो भी चलता। तो 8 घंटे में से अगर 1 घंटे पास्ट में चले गए तो भी समझ में आता है, पर 4 घंटे पास्ट में गए, बेकार टाइम। दूसरी चीज, इमोशनली हर्ट ले आए, लॉजिकली जाते। लेसन आपको वो लाना है जो आपके आज काम आने वाले हैं। आज जो सिचुएशन है उससे कनेक्टेड जो भी आपका पास्ट एक्सपीरियंस है उसको रिवाइव कर लो, जस्ट लाइक ए रियर व्यू मिरर इन द कार। कार में अपन रियर व्यू मिरर में जरूर देखते हैं टर्निंग के वक्त, लेकिन गाड़ी आगे देख के चलाते हैं। तो लाइफ इज लिव्ड फॉरवर्ड, बैकवर्ड आपको कम से कम समय के लिए जाना है, जितना जरूरी है उतना जाना है, लेकिन इमोशनली नहीं, लॉजिकली जाना है। और पास्ट का एक्सपीरियंस आपको आज अपने इस पे लगाना है। अच्छा, फ्यूचर में हम कई बार 4-4 घंटे घूमते रहते हैं। हमारा, मैंने कहा कि आपका माइंड चला गया है, आप वही हैं, तो यू आर नो वेयर। यू हैव टू बी इन नाउ एंड हियर। नाउ, नाउ मतलब टाइम, प्रेजेंट टाइम में रहना है। हियर मतलब इसी प्लेस में रहना है। तो फ्यूचर में अगर आपका माइंड चला गया या कहीं और चला गया, वापस बुलाइए, क्योंकि फ्यूचर में अगर आपका माइंड जाएगा इमोशनली, काम तो कुछ हो नहीं रहा है, आप तो बैठे हुए हैं ना, बॉडी तो बेकार बैठी है, माइंड जरूर जा रहा है फ्यूचर में। तो फ्यूचर से क्या लाएगा वो? वरी, डाउट, फियर, होगा कि नहीं, कैसे होगा, नहीं हुआ तो क्या होगा। तो आपका टाइम वेस्ट हुआ 4 घंटे फ्यूचर में, और वहां से आप वरी, डाउट, फियर, ये सारे नेगेटिव इमोशंस ले आए। आज का आपका टाइम वेस्ट हुआ, एनर्जी वेस्ट हुई, आपका टुडे वेस्ट हुआ। और अगर आपकी ये टेंडेंसी है तो टुमारो भी वेस्ट होने वाला है, क्योंकि कल भी यही करेंगे। 4 घंटे पास्ट में, 4 घंटे फ्यूचर में। पास्ट से रिग्रेट ले आए, फ्यूचर से फियर ले आए। फाइटिंग फियर बोलते हैं, उसका अलग मॉड्यूल है मेरा। एक ही दिन में सारे कवर नहीं हो सकते, मैंने तो पूरे 6 मॉड्यूल दिए थे उनको। तो अगर हमारी टेंडेंसी ये है पास्ट में ज्यादा रहने की, तो हम रिग्रेट में जिएंगे। फ्यूचर में ज्यादा रहने की, तो हम डाउट और फियर में जिएंगे। मैक्सिमम टाइम हमें प्रेजेंट में रहना है। हमारे माइंड की जो फैकल्टी है, जो टाइम और स्पेस में ट्रेवल कर सकती है, उसको थोड़े थोड़े टाइम के लिए जाने देना है। पास्ट में इतना जाएगा कि आज के लिए जो जरूरी एक्सपीरियंस है वो लेके आ जाए। फ्यूचर में इतना जाएगा कि हमारी क्या प्लानिंग है फ्यूचर की, उसका कौन सा हिस्सा हम आज कर सकते हैं, वो आप कर दीजिए। और पूरा लॉजिकली। इमोशंस का काम प्रेजेंट में कब हो सकता है? कि जब आपको एंजॉय करना हो, है ना, जब आपको रेस्ट करना हो। आप शादी में गए, बिंदास एंजॉय कीजिए, डांस कीजिए। नींद आ रही है, सारी चीज भूल के सो जाइए। नहीं तो रात भर अगर सोचते रहेंगे फ्यूचर के बारे में, तो दूसरे दिन थके थके रहेंगे, दिन ही खराब हो जाएगा, डे वेस्ट हो जाएगा। तो जो हमेशा फ्यूचर का सोचता रहता है, उसका फ्यूचर तो बिगड़ ही जाता है, क्योंकि वो प्रेजेंट में कुछ नहीं कर रहा। और रात की नींद उसकी उड़ गई है, तो दिन में उसको नींद आ रही है, दिन में परफॉर्म नहीं कर पा रहा। अरे बिंदास सोइए, उस समय फ्रेश उठिए, दिन में अलर्ट रहिए, माइंड को रखिए प्रेजेंट में, और वहां आप अपने डिसीजंस लीजिए। पीयूष सर ने कम्युनिकेशन स्किल का फोटो दिखा दिया, थोड़ा सा उस पर चर्चा। आप लोग को ये थोड़ा सा इंटरेस्टिंग लग रहा है, ये रिकॉर्डिंग हो रहा होगा तो आप इसको दोबारा भी देख सकते हैं। पर इसमें से कोई भी बात, हाँ, अब जैसे कम्युनिकेशन स्किल का ही ये जौहरी विंडो आपने पढ़ा होगा, ये पर्सनैलिटी ट्रेट में दो। अच्छा, ये जो चीजें हैं ना, ये देखिए आजकल एक मार्शमेलो टेस्ट लगाते हैं वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड में। वो वॉल्टर मिशेल ने 1967 में लगाया था, पर आजकल बहुत लोग उसका यूज कर रहे हैं। उन्होंने क्या करा था, 220 बच्चों को बिठाया 5-6 साल की एज ग्रुप के, और उनको कहा, बच्चों को, उनको एक एक टॉफी दी, मार्शमेलो जो होती है मिठाई वहां की, कुकीज वगैरह, ऐसे जो बच्चों को पसंद हो, एक एक सबको दे दिया। और उनको कहा यह कि आपके पास आपकी टॉफी है, जब चाहो तब खा लो, लेकिन जो बच्चा 1 घंटे तक नहीं खाएगा, हम 1 घंटे बाद उसको आके 2 टॉफी देंगे, और मतलब 1 टॉफी और देंगे। तो 220 बच्चों में से 20 बच्चे ऐसे निकले, 8%, कि जिन्होंने टॉफी नहीं खाई। बाकी कुछ ने तो तुरंत खा ली, कुछ ने 10-15 मिनट वेट करने के बाद खा ली, कुछ ने एक पीस खा लिया उसमें से, कुछ ने उनको ऐसे लिख करके चाट के रख दिया, वो सब कैमरे में से वो लोग देख रहे थे। और उन 220 बच्चों का उन्होंने फिर स्टडी किया 30-40 साल तक। तो ये पाया कि वो जो 20 बच्चे थे जिन्होंने टॉफी नहीं खा के इंसेंटिव लिया, उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म किया लाइफ में, क्योंकि उनका सेल्फ कंट्रोल ज्यादा था एंड दे वर गोइंग फॉर लॉन्ग टर्म बेनिफिट। तो वो विजनरी भी निकले और उनका सेल्फ कंट्रोल भी निकला। तो अब वो बच्चे कुछ भी करें, कुछ भी बने, कुछ भी पढ़ाई करें, पर उनकी दो क्वालिटी, सेल्फ कंट्रोल और विजन, ये अच्छा होने की वजह से उन्होंने लाइफ अच्छी हो गई। तो ये जो क्वालिटी है ये ट्रैक ही डिसाइड कर देती है। फिर वो बच्चा चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बने या कुछ भी बने, या बिजनेसमैन बने, या पॉलिटिशियन बने, या ब्यूरोक्रेट बने, सेल्फ कंट्रोल है तो वो लोगों को अच्छा कंट्रोल कर पाएगा, और विजनरी है तो सही डिसीजंस ले पाएगा। एक सबसे बड़ी रिसर्च अभी हार्वर्ड में हुई थी, 70 साल चली थी वो, कि द फार्मूला फॉर हैप्पी एंड हेल्दी लाइफ। 850 बच्चों को रिसर्च किया, यूथ लिए थे उन्होंने 19-20 साल के, और करीब 70 साल तक जितने जीवित रहे उनको स्टडी किया। वो पहले बॉन्ड लिखवा दिया था, उनको कुछ ऑनोरेरियम भी दिया होगा कि आपकी लाइफ को स्टडी करेंगे हम रिसर्च के लिए। तो उनके इंटरव्यू लिए, उनके फैमिली मेंबर्स के इंटरव्यू लिए, उनके ऑफिस कोलिग्स के इंटरव्यू लिए, इनके डॉक्टर्स से बात करी, इनकी मेडिकल रिपोर्ट्स देखी कि हेल्दी और हैप्पी लाइफ किसकी है। तो पता ये पड़ा, जो फॉर्मूला निकल के आया, ये 1940s में ये रिसर्च शुरू हुई थी, 37 के अराउंड, और कंक्लूड हुई 2015 में। रॉबर्ट वेल्डिंगर ने कंक्लूड किया। ये इनकी 4 रिसर्च टीम चेंज हो गई, क्योंकि 70 साल तो कोई एक ही रिसर्च टीम तो काम करेगी नहीं। तो चौथी टीम के डायरेक्टर जो थे उन्होंने बताया कि फॉर्मूला इंटरपर्सनल रिलेशंस, जिसके ये गट्स हैं कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों से अच्छे रिलेशन जो मेंटेन कर सकता है वो हेल्दी और हैप्पी रहता है। फिजिकली भी वो एक्टिव रहता है क्योंकि बहुत लोगों से कांटेक्ट है, मेंटली भी एक्टिव रहता है सबके रिलेशन, इमोशनली भी वो बैलेंस्ड रहता है क्योंकि इमोशंस शेयर होते रहते हैं लाइक माइंडेड पर्सन से, और व्यूज शेयर हो सकते हैं अपने कोलीग से, तो वो सक्सेसफुल भी होता है। देखिए, सक्सेसफुल वो हो रहा है जो आपके जैसा सोच, जो जिनका लॉजिकल ब्रेन आपके जैसा है, दे आर योर कोलीग्स, और जिनका इमोशनल ब्रेन आपके जैसा है, दे आर योर फ्रेंड्स। तो फ्रेंड्स से होता है हमारा इमोशनल शेयरिंग, और कोलीग के साथ होता है हमारा नॉलेज एक्सचेंज। तो फ्रेंड्स ज्यादा हैं तो हम रिलैक्स रहेंगे, इमोशनली बैलेंस रहेंगे, और हमारे कोलीग से हमारे रिलेशन अच्छे हैं तो हम जल्दी जल्दी अच्छा काम करेंगे। अल्टीमेटली कोऑपरेशन लेने देने से ही सक्सेस निकलती है। सो दे वर हैप्पी एंड हेल्दी, those persons were happy and healthy who were maintaining good relations with large number of people. तो इंटरपर्सनल रिलेशन जितने ज्यादा लोगों से रखने की एबिलिटी जिसमें है, दैट इज द की टू सक्सेस। बाकी चीजें सब हैं लेकिन ये प्राइमरी है, और ये रिसर्च का नतीजा है 70 साल की, है ना। तो उसमें से मैं, सर अपने पास टाइम है, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल में 5 मिनट में ले सकता हूं क्योंकि ऑलरेडी सब बता चुका हूं, अगर लोग थके नहीं हो तो।
Sir, you need me to change the slide right now?
हाँ, मैं चाह रहा हूं कि 5-10 मिनट कंटिन्यू कर सकते हैं। The students have stamina.
It's been a very long time, but it's okay, sir. And then we will have the question and answer round after 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine, great, है ना। चलिए आप वो बताइए कम्युनिकेशन स्किल वाला, इसके पहले वाला स्लाइड दिखा दीजिए। ये जो जौहरी विंडो जिसमें लिखा है, इसके पहले वाला स्लाइड। यस, ये जौहरी, जोसेफ लुफ्ट और हैरी इंगम, ये 2 साइकोलॉजिस्ट अमेरिका में थे। उन्होंने एक पर्सनैलिटी के लिए टूल बनाया था, पर्सनैलिटी डेवलपमेंट के लिए। उस टूल को मैं कम्युनिकेशन स्किल में यूज कर रहा हूं। देखिए, जब हम किसी से बात करते हैं तो 4 डोमेन होते हैं हमारे। पहला हाफ तो ये होता है कि व्हाट आई नो, और दूसरा हाफ ये होता है व्हाट आई डोंट नो। ये 2 हाफ हो गए मेरी साइड से, व्हाट आई नो एंड व्हाट आई डोंट नो। और 2 हाफ हो गए आपके साइड से, या जिससे आप बात कर रहे हैं, यू नो एंड यू डोंट नो। तो कुल मिला के ये 4 डोमेन हो गए। एक डोमेन तो ऐसा है कि आई नो एंड यू नो, दूसरा डोमेन आई डोंट नो एंड यू नो, तीसरा डोमेन आई नो यू डोंट नो, और चौथा डोमेन बोथ ऑफ अस डोंट नो। तो सबसे पहले अपन ये डोमेन लेते हैं, आई डोंट नो एंड यू नो। जब मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूं और मेरा उस सब्जेक्ट में नॉलेज नहीं है, तो देन आई शुड लिसन केयरफुली, लिसन माइंडफुली। लिसनिंग भूल गए लोग आजकल। लिसन कान से नहीं होता है लिसनिंग, इट इज माइंडफुली, माइंड से होता है, क्या कहा जा रहा है। और इसमें इमोशंस को हटा दीजिए, सीधा मुद्दे पे, आर्ग्यूमेंट पे, लॉजिक पे जाइए कि क्या कहा जा रहा है। उसके बाद अपना जो पास्ट एक्सपीरियंस है उसके हिसाब से तौलिए कि ये राइट और रॉन्ग, और जो राइट चीज है उसको एक्सेप्ट कीजिए, जो आपको नहीं जम रहा है उसको हटा दीजिए। चिंतन और मंथन अलग चलता है। तो दिस इज परसीविंग। लिसनिंग में केयरफुल लिसनिंग जरूरी है, सब चीजों को सुनना बहुत जरूरी है। ओके, मानना नहीं मानना इज डिफरेंट, वेदर यू एग्री और डोंट एग्री इज डिफरेंट, बट यू शुड लिसन एंड अंडरस्टैंड। उसके बाद अकेले बैठ के आपका जो पास्ट नॉलेज है उसके साथ उसको मिक्सअप कीजिए, ट्राई आउट कीजिए। जरूरी हुआ तो किसी की एक्सपर्ट एडवाइस लीजिए, और फिर देखिए कि आपका पुराना आइडिया कंटिन्यू कर सकते हैं, जो नया आइडिया मिला है वो एक्सेप्ट कर सकते हैं, और दोनों का मिक्स भी बना सकते हैं। बट देन इट इज योर डिसीजन। फॉर दैट यू हैव टू लिसन केयरफुली, माइंडफुली, एंड लिसन टू अंडरस्टैंड। ये इस डोमेन में। दूसरा डोमेन है आई नो एंड यू डोंट नो। तो यहां आई हैव टू एक्सप्लेन, बट देन फर्स्ट लिसन। जब हमने सामने वालों को अंडरस्टैंड नहीं किया है तो हम उसको एक्सप्लेन भी नहीं कर पाएंगे। तो फर्स्ट अंडरस्टैंड, देन एक्सप्लेन। और एक्सप्लेन का ये सर ने जो बाद में स्लाइड दिखाया था वो बाद में, और अपन सर सेकंड स्लाइड में दिखा दीजिए। एक्सप्लेन में हम क्या करते हैं कि हम जब अपनी बात कहते हैं तो उसका विजुअल और वोकल इंपैक्ट भी जरूरी है। मैं जो बोल रहा हूं ये वर्ड से ज्यादा मेरी टोन मायने रखती है। वर्ड का इंपैक्ट है 7% और टोन का इंपैक्ट है 38%। कितने कॉन्फिडेंस से कहा जा रहा है, कितने क्लियर कट कहा जा रहा है, ये भी मायने रखता है। ये इसका इंपैक्ट होता है 38%। सर सेकंड स्लाइड प्लीज फ्यूचर। और उससे ज्यादा इंपैक्ट पड़ता है विजुअल का। आपका फेस एक्सप्रेशन क्या है, आपका आई कांटेक्ट कैसा है, आपका बॉडी लैंग्वेज क्या है, आपका हैंड मूवमेंट क्या है, इसका इंपैक्ट होता है 55%। तो वर्ड्स आर नॉट इनफ, टोन मैटर्स अ लॉट। यस, विजुअल इंपैक्ट 55%, वोकल मतलब आपकी आवाज और आपका अंदाज 38%। अब विजुअल जब है तो मेरा फेस एक्सप्रेशन आपको बताएगा कि मैं कितना सच बोल रहा हूं और कितना मैं मेरे आईडी के साथ फर्म हूं, कितना कॉन्फिडेंट हूं। ये मेरा आई कांटेक्ट, मेरा फेस एक्सप्रेशन आपको बताएगा, मेरी आवाज आपको बताएगी। तब जाके जो कहा जा रहा है उसका इंपैक्ट होगा। अदरवाइज अगर मैं कॉन्फिडेंट नहीं हूं तो आपको पता पड़ जाएगा, मेरी आवाज पतली हो जाएगी, मेरी आंखें इधर उधर हो जाएंगी। आपको बातें करते करते पता पड़ जाएगा कि अब ये झूठ बोल रहा है, ये खुद कॉन्फिडेंट नहीं है, तो आपका इंपैक्ट बात का कम हो जाएगा। तो बात आपको जो भी कहनी है पहले खुद एग्जामिन कर ले, 25 बार सोच ले, डबली ट्रिपली श्योर हो जाए, लेकिन जब भी कहें फोर्सफुली कहें, असर्टिवली कहें, उस समय आपका आई कांटेक्ट होना चाहिए, उस समय आपके फेस एक्सप्रेशन होना चाहिए, उस समय आपका वोकल बिल्कुल क्लियर होना चाहिए, तो इम्पैक्टफुल होगा, है ना। और जो आप कहें उसको भी 3 एंगल से देख लें कि एजुकेट, कुछ अच्छी बात कहें, कुछ काम की कहें। दूसरा एंटरटेन, बोरियत भी ना हो सामने वाले को, नहीं तो वो सुनेगा ही नहीं। और तीसरा एनकरेज, एनकरेज मतलब उसको कुछ लाइट दिखे फ्यूचर में। तो आपको वर्बल, अगर आपको इम्पैक्ट बढ़ाना है तो वर्बल में आपको 3 ये फिल्टर लगाना है। वोकल में भी आपका वॉल्यूम, आपकी स्पीड, ये दोनों मायने रखती है। बहुत ज्यादा तेज या बहुत ज्यादा धीरे नहीं बोलना, वेरी करना है। वॉल्यूम भी एक ही टोन में नहीं बोलना, वॉल्यूम भी लो और हाई होता है। जैसा म्यूजिक में रिदम होती है ना, ऐसी आपकी स्पीच में रिदम होगी तो इट विल बी लाइक्ड बाय ऑल। और फिर इमोशन मिक्स, आपके इमोशन आपकी आवाज में आ ही जाएंगे। अगर आपको किसी से मिलके खुशी नहीं हुई है, आप खाली मुंह से बोल रहे हैं आपसे मिलके बहुत खुशी हुई, पर वो समझ जाएगा, आपके फेस से वो समझ जाएगा कि इसको खुशी नहीं हुई है ना। तो और विजुअल में फेस एक्सप्रेशन, आई कांटेक्ट। अच्छा, फोन पे कोई फ्रेंड आपको बोलता है हेलो कैसे हो, आपको फौरन अंदाज लग जाता है कि यार ये परेशानी में है या इसके साथ इसके पास कोई गुड न्यूज है, क्योंकि उसकी आवाज में इमोशन मिक्स हो जाती है। तो आपको पॉजिटिव इमोशन मिक्स करना है। अच्छा, फेस एक्सप्रेशन, फेस भगवान का दिया हुआ है लेकिन एक्सप्रेशन आपके हैं। आई कांटेक्ट मेंटेन करें, बॉडी लैंग्वेज आपकी फर्म होना चाहिए। तो हाँ, पहला वाला स्लाइड ले आइए सर फिर से प्लीज। तो ये हो गया एक्सप्लेन। एक्सप्लेन में आपको ये ध्यान रखना है कि यू हैव टू एक्सप्रेस योरसेल्फ फुल्ली वेल एंड डोंट ट्राई फोर्स अपॉन अदर पर्सन। आपको किसी को इम्प्रेस नहीं करना है। जैसे फूल की खुशबू होती है ना भाई, जो सूंघे ठीक है, जो देखे ठीक है, अगर फूल तो फूल है। आपको अपनी बात को बेहतरीन से बेहतरीन तरीके से पेश करना है। जबरदस्ती किसी को वो नहीं करना है कि उसको एग्री करे। एग्री करना नहीं करना उसका आउटलुक है, उसकी अथॉरिटी है, उसका अधिकार क्षेत्र है, उसमें आपका कोई दबाव नहीं। दबाव बनाएंगे वो सुनेगा ही नहीं आपकी बात को। आपको अपनी बात कहना है, नहीं मान रहा और अच्छे तरीके से कहो, नहीं मान रहा और अच्छे अच्छे आप फैक्ट्स लाओ, एग्जांपल्स लाओ, तरीके से कहो, बट एक्सप्रेस योरसेल्फ फुल्ली वेल। और एक डोमेन ऐसा है कि जिसमें दोनों को नॉलेज है, वहां आपको सामने वाले की बात वहां भी सुननी है ध्यान से कि आई एम ओके, यू आर ओके, है ना। आपका ध्यान इस ओर होना चाहिए कि व्हाट इज राइट एंड व्हाट इज रॉन्ग, ना कि हु इज राइट एंड हु इज रॉन्ग। हु इज राइट एंड हु इज रॉन्ग पे जाएंगे आप, इमोशनल हो गए तो रिलेशन बिगड़ेंगे। ये होता है डिबेट, ये होती है बहस, हु इज राइट हु इज रॉन्ग, आई एम राइट। और डिस्कशन मतलब व्हाट इज राइट एंड व्हाट इज रॉन्ग। जब हम क्या सही है और क्या गलत है तो हम लॉजिकल बात करते हैं, इमोशनली हर्ट ना करते हुए। तो ये होती है बातचीत, ये होती है चर्चा, ये होता है डिस्कशन। तो हमको ध्यान ये रखना है कि हमारा फोकस व्हाट इज राइट एंड व्हाट इज रॉन्ग पे जाए, ना कि हु इज राइट हु इज रॉन्ग पे जाए। जो पहला डोमेन है आई नो और यू नो में, आपको हमेशा चर्चा करनी है, डिस्कशन करना है, नॉलेज इनहेंस करना है, इमोशनली हर्ट नहीं करना है, मैं सही तुम गलत नहीं करना है। क्योंकि मैं सही हूं इज ओके फॉर यू। आपने 100 किताबें पढ़ी हैं, 1000 किताबें पढ़ी हैं, 5000 पढ़ी हैं, पर 5 लाख किताबें हैं दुनिया में। तो जितना आप जानते हैं उससे कहीं ज्यादा आप नहीं जानते हैं। तो देयर इज ऑलवेज स्कोप फॉर इम्प्रूवमेंट। तो मैं सही हूं, इससे सामने वाला गलत नहीं हो जाता। तो आई एम राइट यू आर रॉन्ग, इस एटीट्यूड से बात शुरू न करें। सामने वाले का ओपिनियन अगर आपसे डिफरेंट है पर उसको गलत है, ये भी प्रूव कहा हुआ है कि ही इज रॉन्ग, आई एम राइट इज ओके, क्योंकि मैंने इसको समझा है, देख लिया, आई एम राइट। जितना मैंने पढ़ा है, जाना है, समझा है, देखा है, आई एम राइट। बट हु सेड दैट ही इज रॉन्ग? इसकी ओपिनियन डिफरेंट है, पर वो जो एक्सपीरियंस लेके आया है, जो नॉलेज लेके आया है, उसके हिसाब से वो राइट है। नाउ इट इज टू बी सीन। तो आई एम राइट यू आर रॉन्ग, इस कॉन्सेप्ट से चलेंगे झगड़ा होगा। अच्छा, कुछ लोग झगड़ा अवॉइड करने के लिए यू आर राइट आई एम रॉन्ग मान के चलते हैं, वो नॉन असर्टिव है, वो अपना कभी पॉइंट प्रूव नहीं कर पाएंगे। ये लिविंग इन टुडे का मैंने आपको बता दिया है, और ये हार्ट और ब्रेन का मैंने आपको बता दिया है, किस चीज को ब्रेन से लेना, किस चीज को हार्ट से लेना। और टुडे का मैंने बता दिया है कि पास्ट में आप 10% जाइए, 5% जाइए, फ्यूचर में 10% जाइए, 5% जाइए, 80-90% प्रेजेंट में रहिए, है ना। इमोशनली जाएंगे पछतावा आएगा, फ्यूचर में इमोशनली जाएंगे वरी आएगी, लॉजिकली जाएंगे पास्ट में लेसन्स आएंगे, लॉजिकली जाएंगे फ्यूचर में प्लान आएंगे, विजन आएंगे, है ना। दैट्स इट। अभी आप कुछ क्वेश्चंस करना चाहे तो कर सकते हैं मुझसे, 5 मिनट्स। कोई क्वेश्चन है?
No, sir.
शैल आई वाइंड अप, या किसी को कुछ और पूछना है? ये कुछ एक स्लाइड अभी रह गई है, पर अब दिस नो टाइम लेफ्ट, और पता नहीं एनर्जी भी है कि नहीं आप लोगों में। मुझे कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। ओके पीयूष सर, let us wind up. Enough for today.
Yes, okay, sir. Right. Thank you so much. The Bhopal School of Social Sciences is so much kind for you to have our resource person of the day, sir. It was extremely good session. Participants must have learned so much. And we hope that we will have you as a resource person again in the future as well for such capacity building and personality development programs. Thank you so much to all the esteemed resource persons. Since 12 o'clock, we have been having at least 3 different resource persons with us, which were Mr. Pratyush Purwar. Then we have had Mr. Vincent Thomas, who had a theme titled Personal Capacity Building. And lastly, Mr. Rajendra Saxena. Thank you so much, sir. And now I would like to just talk to Mr. Ashish Jain to please share the last resource person's feedback link. Please share the link, and all of you do not leave until you fill up the feedback form with that link. All right? Ashish, sir, are you there?
Yes, sir. I've already shared the link, sir.
Right, all right. Please click the link and fill up the feedback form. And now it's time we should just wait for 5 more minutes to get the feedback form filled. And then we are going to call it quits. Right. Thank you so much, everyone. We are expecting batch number 2 tomorrow at the same time, which will begin from 12 o'clock in the afternoon and will last till 4:30 in the evening. Right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, and God bless you, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All the participants are requested to kindly fill the feedback form positively before leaving the session. Thank you.
Ashish sir, can we leave now? Ashish sir,
Sir, bole.
can we leave now? Have they fetched
Yes,
the
yes,
form?
yes, yes, we can. So, all the participants, thank you all for joining. We're ending our session for day 1. Thank you all for joining. Have a nice day. Bye.
Goodbye to you. Take care.
Thank you, sir.